and welcome to day 2 of the India Mangrove Conclave, IMC 2024. Hoping you all have rested well and are set for another exciting day ahead. The theme for today is Mangroves for Adaptation, Biodiversity, and Human Well-being. Before we start with today's session, I request Dr. Sanita K. Sivadas, Scientist E NCCR, to provide a recap of yesterday's sessions and open the stage for today's activities.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my honor to welcome you all to the second day of the India Mangrove Conclave 2024. We are pleased to have such a distinguished gathering of experts, practitioners, policymakers, young researchers, and advocates dedicated to the conservation and restoration of India's vital mangrove ecosystem. Day 1 of the conclave began with the inaugural session, where our esteemed guest shared invaluable insights on the crucial role of mangroves, stressing the need for integrated conservation efforts. The experts of the plenary talks provided in-depth perspectives on advancement and gaps in mangrove research in India, the intersection of science and management, and the significance of geospatial technology in mangrove monitoring and decision-making. The panel discussion on challenges, success stories, and the importance of collaboration in mangrove management highlighted the necessity of cross-sectoral partnership. In the afternoon, we had an engaging parallel session focused on 4 key topics: climate change and coastal resilience, coastal biogeochemistry, ecosystem sustainability, and restoration and conservation, with 16 presentations from emerging researchers. The poster presentation also provided a platform for young researchers to contribute their work on the ongoing discourse on mangrove conservation and management. Breakout session organized by the Socrates Foundation allowed participants to role-play various stakeholders in mangrove conservation, fostering a deeper understanding of the challenges and formulating potential solutions. It was one of the most interesting and engaging sessions of the day. We concluded the day with a delightful dinner and a magical performance. Thank you for your active participation and commitment to this important cause. Today presents another opportunity for collaboration, sharing insights, and learning from one another's experience. We'll begin today with a technical keynote followed by plenary talks. The highlight of the day will be the panel discussion on mangrove adaptation, biodiversity, and human well-being, a theme that underscores our collective responsibility to conserve coastal ecosystem. Additionally, we'll have an idea exchange and reflection session, which will offer unique opportunity to reflect and embrace new perspectives. It's now my privilege to introduce Dr. Kadiresan, the speaker for the technical keynote. Dr. K. Kadiresan, a honorary professor of marine biology at Annamalai University, has dedicated over 4 decades to the study and conservation of mangrove ecosystem. A globally recognized expert, he has documented over 5,000 species in Indian mangroves and contributed to more than 500 research publications. His pioneering work in mangrove conservation includes the establishment of forests in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, which played a crucial role during the 2004 tsunami. Dr. Kadiresan has received numerous prestigious awards and recognitions, including the Tamil Nadu Scientist Award, the International Naga Award by the World Fish Center, and the fellowships from the National Institute of Ecology, Mangrove Society of India, and the National Academy of Biological Sciences. And now I invite Dr. Kadiresan to deliver his talk. Thank you.
I asked them to switch off the light so that you can sleep happily, but without snoring, because you are all tired, I know. Huh? So beautiful brothers, beautiful sisters, beautiful organizers, all of you are beautiful. I am also beautiful. Above all, mangroves are beautiful. So I am going to talk on mangroves for climate action, biodiversity and sustainability, adaptation, and nature-based solutions. Climate change is a global emergency. Air is unbreathable. Heat is unbearable. The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived, according to UN Secretary General. And the climate change is a national emergency. India experienced extreme weather events on 93% of the days in the first 9 months of this year 2024. 93% of the days in the first 9 months of this year, India faced extreme weather events, killed thousands of people, affected 3.2 million hectares of the cropland. Who was the first person to demonstrate climate change? Can you tell me that? Don't worry, who is none other than Lord Nataraja. Can you switch off the light? Just you look at the Lord Nataraja, is the first person to demonstrate climate change. So he has fire in his hand, lot of fires around, and indicating global warming. And you look at the stature, and a person, human being is suffering, human suffering. And he is smiling happily, and he is telling, stop carbon dioxide. Stop carbon dioxide. And he is telling, adapt to climate change. Dance with the tune of climate change. Dancing. And you have to mitigate by developing a green wall-like structure around you. Now you ask, what green wall structure we can have around? He says, mangrove species. Because in the Lord Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, the Sthala Vriksham is mangrove species being worshipped. So Lord Nataraja is telling mangrove can provide the potential solution for this climate change. Mangroves are the only blue carbon forest, can provide the nature-based solution for global warming. In India, mangroves contribute 99.9% of blue carbon stock. That is 67 trillion gram carbon. The green payment is 80,000 crores. And the social cost is 25,000 crore. So because of this value, the mangrove restoration and conservation should be of top priority for climate action. But we should have proper biodiversity assessment. We should not replace high biodiversity by less diverse plant species. And there are research gaps. Microbes. The microbes are playing vital role in the mangrove ecosystems. But unfortunately, the studies on microorganisms are poor in our country, throughout the world. Especially anaerobic bacteria playing vital role in carbon sequestration. But we have to do a lot of work on this aspect. Yesterday, somebody was telling the salinity is the reason for mangrove degradation. You know why? When the salinity is increased, the available nutrients will be reduced and the beneficial microorganism will also be reduced due to poor microbial, the count. The growth of the mangrove is also stunted. So microbial study is an important aspect. Flora, the species variation, the litter production is fueling the carbon stock. And the health of the flora, fauna, benthic organisms. The role of fauna in carbon sequestration, we need more studies. Benthic organisms, especially crabs, are the keystone species. And pollinators like honeybees, and they are very important to be studied. Carbon fluxes within and between coastal ecosystems have to be studied. In India, we don't have much work on groundwater and pore water characteristics. So these studies are very important. Can you identify this beautiful person? Myself only. This is the most beautiful picture ever taken in my lifetime. What I have done is, somebody is clapping, I'm very happy. Had I known earlier, I would have brought my wife also. Excellent. What I have done is, I traveled all through the mangroves of the country, compiled plants, animals, microorganisms, and the compilation is highest record of biodiversity. 5,745 species to be present in mangrove ecosystems of this country. No other countries in the world have recorded so many species. Hats up to our Botanical Survey of India and Zoological Survey of India and the scientists and the university scientists. Remarkable work they have done. Please give a big hand to our scientists. Marvelous work they have done. You see Sundarban, we should feel proud of our Sundarban. The mangrove wildlife paradise of the world is Sundarban, supporting globally threatened species, the largest single block of mangrove forest in the world. And you see most beautiful tiger, and the Sundarban is the only tiger mangrove kingdom of the world. Fishing cat, gangetic dolphin, estuarine crocodile, horseshoe crab, water monitor lizard, river terrapin, and what not. Pitarkanika. And mangrove, Pitarkanika is the mangrove plant genetic paradise of the world. There is a small island called Kali Banjdia, which has got 74% of the mangrove species of this India. So wonderful place for genetic resources. We have to identify such genetic resource centers in other parts of our country. If you go to Gujarat, the whale shark is the charismatic species we have. Unfortunately, the Heritira foamy Sundari herself is disappearing in the country. I am talking about mangrove species, Sundari. And the Sonoracia griffithii, these are globally threatened species. And in addition, we have 14 other species. So we need mangrove species recovery programs in the country. And Indian mangroves are globally unique. We have 4,992 square kilometer, around 5,000 square kilometer, 3.54% of the global mangroves. One among the top 10 countries, India is, as far as mangrove is concerned. If you say the West Bengal, the largest 42% of Indian mangroves present. It is wet and humid. The Gujarat, second largest, 24% of the Indian mangrove cover, but arid and hot. And these two mangroves are located in the high energy coast. And the tidal wave is 4 to 7 meters, high energy coast. Andaman Nicobar, third largest mangrove cover, 12%, but it is experiencing the natural calamities. So 78% of our Indian mangroves are present in the inhospitable adverse conditions. Still they are extensively growing. That is the uniqueness of Indian mangroves. So the opportunity is we can go for the genetic clone selection for the stress tolerance, and then we can multiply these genetic clones in these areas. Just look at West Bengal. No significant increase in the past. Recently, from 2019 to 21, only 2 square kilometer increase. And in Gujarat, minus 2 kilometer square decrease. Increasing trend, but recently decreased. Andaman, declining, now no change. So in spite of all these things, in India, everybody is telling mangrove cover is increasing. I am also happy India mangrove cover is increasing, but quantitatively increasing, but not qualitatively. You see the mangrove density and plant composition, it's not good and favorable changes. If you take 2019 and 21, 17 square kilometer increase of mangrove forest cover in India. But if you look at, the density of mangrove forest, only the open type is increasing. Open type with less than 40-degree green cover is increasing. All the dense types are decreasing, declining. How can you say it is an increase? It's a quantitative increase, but not qualitative increase. We have to be careful with this increase. Mangrove conservation and restoration is concerned. Natural regeneration. This is very, very important. It should be given the top priority. And this natural regeneration will protect the existing forest. Biological diversity will be maintained, and much of the ecosystem service will be obtained if you go for the natural regeneration. Hydrological restoration. It ensures the free flow of tidal water by connecting water flows, desilting new canals. And it improves the natural regeneration, increases the fish resources and carbon sequestration, hydrological restoration. This is the second preferable, technique of conservation and restoration. And the last one is planting. I don't like planting. The planting should be community-led restoration, because the community-led restoration will be only successful in the long run. So planting, massive planting, ghost planting, indiscriminate planting, often a failure. Preventing the natural regeneration. The right species in the right site helps in natural regeneration. The people are talking about how much of area I planted, how many plants I planted, 10 million plants. That is not right. Survival is more important than the area planted and the number of seedlings planted. Genetic diversity is absolutely nil in this country. We are not doing any genetic breeding exercise. And we are not going for genetic selection. Even in the collection of propagules, we are collecting from the same site, same plant. Very unfortunate. At least 10 meter, minimum 10 meter distance, we have to collect the propagules from the individual trees. Genetic diversity in planting. So the planting should be converted into community-led restoration. Then only it will be successful in the long run. Where to plant? Unfortunate. People are happily planting in the seagrass bed. Avoid planting seagrass plat. Mudflats. Mudflats is the mother site for birds and other benthic organisms. We should not plant it in the mudflats. And you should plant mangroves above the mean sea level, and the site should be inundated at approximately 30% of time by tidal waters. 70% of the time the site should be exposed to the open area. So the massage is required. The regular soil massage is required for mangroves in the ratio of 30 is to 70%. So that you must have the thumb rule. Very important socio-economic ecological benefits. If you want to maximize the socio-economic benefits of mangrove ecosystems, you link mangroves with coastal ecosystems and upstream waters. This hydrological connectivity, will increase the productivity of the mangrove ecosystems. We are only concentrating on mangroves, not bothering about seagrasses and coral reefs. They are brothers and sisters of mother mangroves. We should bother about seagrasses. And the fresh water is bringing lot of sediment and nutrients to the water. We are constructing dam indiscriminately, not allowing the sediment and nutrients to the mangrove forests. The freshwater fish, eel fishes are coming to mangrove waters for breeding purpose. Due to the damming, the breeding is affected. And you see 90% of the marine animals complete their life cycle with the help of mangroves and other coastal waters. Young ones are coming to mangroves for feeding, breeding and nursery purpose, and the larger one will go back to the deep sea where they are getting married without any caste, religion, dowry, and releasing the young ones. Young ones are again coming back to mangrove water. This life cycle is continued. We are not bothering about the connectivity. If you don't concentrate on the connectivity, the productivity will not be there. So this is a very serious matter. In India, we have wonderful management strategies. Promotory, regulatory, and participatory. Promotory, we have identified 38 mangrove areas. Management action plan is implemented. But other than the 38 areas, they escape from the protection. Regulatory, if you have 1,000 meter square mangrove area, 50-meter buffer zone, 50-meter buffer zone should be maintained. And participatory community involvement, we need to give strong focus on participatory management. We are talking about the involvement of the local people and a participatory approach, but we are not giving much importance to participatory management. Community reserves should be increased in this country. Then successful models are available in this country. No other countries have got so many successful models. Maharashtra model, Gujarat model, MSSRF model, Kannur model. So many models are available. To my knowledge, the best model is Maharashtra model. In Maharashtra, all constructions in the mangrove areas within 50-meter radius is prohibited according to High Court order dated 6/10/2005. And mangrove cell, excellent concept mangrove cell. It was established in 2012. The fund is coming from the wildlife clearance project. 2% of the project cost is going to mangrove cell. They have crores and crores of money now, and they deposit the money in the bank. Whatever interest they are getting, they are spending it for the activities of the cell. They don't depend upon the government. The financial sustainability, you can see with this model. The same model should be followed in all the union territories and states for mangrove conservation. This is my submission. You have economic valuation. Economic valuation of the ecosystem service I have worked out for mangroves of our country. The value is 17 lakhs per hectare per year. This is the value I have worked out. Of course, this value varies with people. Business people, the evaluation will be different. A marine biologist, the valuation is different. It is biased valuation. But one thing is, the product should be the marketable. If the products are marketable, then the economic value is reasonable. So regulating service 67%. I found the oxygen release is 3,900 kilogram per hectare per year oxygen. See the value, flood protection, erosion prevention, water quality, carbon sequestration, provisioning service, fisheries, timber, fuel, fodder, honey, medicine, supporting service, 2%, biodiversity conservation, and cultural service, 3%, tourism, education. We have to, manipulate these economic valuations for better sustainable, sustainability. Thanks to Government of India for giving MISTI. Hats up to MISTI program. And we are going to increase the mangrove cover 10,800 hectares per year for 5 years. Allotted money 3,049.4 crore in the last budget. Now I worked out the economics. This economic benefit is 16.4-fold greater than the money allotted in the budget. So more money can be provided. Raghavan, just note a point of it. More money can be allotted for mangrove conservation. The very recent program, Government of India, is Green Credit Program. Green Credit Program is the latest program, a Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. According to this Green Credit Program, the purpose is incentivizing the environmental action. Sir, I am planting mangroves, sir. What is the use, sir? I don't have any pocket money, sir. Without pocket money, what can I do, sir? Now the Government of India is giving the pocket money. If you plant one tree, one green credit. One green credit, you will get it. But minimum trees per hectare is 1100 trees must be there. So green credit, you can get the token and then you can sell it in the market, domestic market, you can earn money. In this program, mangrove conservation, restoration also added up. Thanks to Ministry and also Government of India for the nice program, the Green Credit Program. Carbon Credit Program is other thing. Now Green Credit Program we have for incentivization. Excellent model. Hats up to the mangrove breakthrough. This mangrove breakthrough is a global initiative and an excellent roadmap. You please follow this roadmap. I like this roadmap. See, the objective is to protect and restore 15 million hectares globally by 2030. So, objective of this breakthrough is 15 million hectares of mangroves protection and restoration in the world by 2030. The investment is $4 billion US. The investment is $4 billion US. The ecosystem service benefit is 700 billion. See, investment 4 billion, you see the benefit is 700 billion. Mind it. At the same time, you want more financial return, you can go for mangrove positive business models. Mangrove positive business models you can develop, suiting to your conditions. Suiting to your condition, the people around, you can plan for, this mangrove positive business models. Say, for example, blue carbon. Of course, in Kenya, the first place to demonstrate blue carbon. I used to visit quite often. 4 times I visited. Very successful model by women folk there. Then ecotourism, fisheries, aquaculture, oyster culture, crab fattening successfully demonstrated in mangrove waters. Agriculture, aquaculture, silviculture, let us integrate all the farming, duckery, pickery, poultry, aquaculture, agriculture, integrating model, halophyte cultivation, embankment construction, beekeeping, fodder, medicine, nurseries, and wilding, planting, timber, and water purification. So we can develop mangrove positive business models. Now 4 billion investments, 1/3 is coming from commercial sources, and 2/3 is coming from philanthropic development and public finance. And in the 15 million hectares, 8.6 million hectares are the existing mangroves, natural mangroves for conservation. The rest of the things, 0.8 million hectare to restore half of the recent loss, then 0.02 million to halt the deforestation loss, and the 6.1 million, for the protected areas. So this type of model, we can have it for our country. Very shocking news. Please don't get any heart attack. Very shocking news I am telling. Some May month, the last day of the May month, this report was released. Myself and Selvam, we were the authors of this book. 250 scientists from 44 countries. What we say is Sri Lanka, say South India, Tamil Nadu, Maldives, they are having the critically endangered mangrove ecosystems. And 82% of the mangrove area will submerge in South India, Sri Lanka, Maldives in 2060. And 1/3 of the world mangrove ecosystems will be severely affected by sea level rise. and 25% of global area will submerge within 50 years. This is a very serious problem. We have to find out solution for this. Now I am telling you, when the sea level rise is there, being the intertidal forest, the mangroves will move landward. The landward migration will take place, only the space is available. If the space is not available, then the landward migration will be prevented because of the man-made structures. So we need to focus more on the spatial planning. The coastal management needs to consider the spatial planning because the sea level rise. Another serious issue, my dear friends, this is the serious issue. This is a serious issue of heavy waves, winds, and in Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, it is successfully demonstrated to have permeable structures. But we never tried in our country these permeable bamboo structures. If we have the permeable bamboo structures, it will facilitate the sedimentation and the natural regeneration will take place. So this technique we can follow it up. Engineers have got greater opportunity because ecological engineering approach for coastal protection is very, very important. Soft and hard hybrid engineering, green and gray hybrid engineering, building with nature. In Vietnam it is proved, sea dike with 100-meter mangroves intact for 50 years. Sea dike without mangroves damaged by waves in 5 years. So mangroves reduce the annual maintenance cost. So we need more ecological engineering approach for coastal protection. Youth power is mightier than any other power on the earth, from my experience. The youth is not careless, they are careless. Youth power is not useless but useless. If you focus the youth for mangrove conservation, our mangrove conservation will become successful. We have to ignite the minds of the young people. That is what we have done in our department. My colleague Professor Balasubramaniam is here, and we have established a mangrove forest with the mighty power of our students. When I involved only boy students, mangrove plantation was a failure. When I involved my boys and girls, plantation program was 100% successful because of that, that emotion. The emotion behind mangrove restoration was something remarkable. Even in Pondicherry, Ariyankuppam, Yeshuri, if you cross, you can see the fantastic mangrove forest developed by our students. Tsunami came, thousands and thousands of people died, but the people lived behind the mangroves developed by my students. Lives were saved. And these people rushed to our department, prostrated in front of us, myself, Professor Balasubramaniam, prostrated in front of us, crying out, it is because of the mangrove forest developed by your students, our lives were saved. After hearing this, I felt as if I got Nobel Prize for the mangrove research. This is the Nobel Prize for the mangrove research, that the youth power is great. But unless otherwise we understand our youth power, involve the youth power in the conservation activities. Marine bioprospecting, nobody talked about marine bioprospecting. Marine bioprospecting has a greater scope and such of high value products, high value chemicals and high value genes. And when we talk about blue economy, we should also think of mangrove bioprospecting. Protect mangroves, mangroves will protect us. Save mangroves, mangroves will save us. Let us have a vision to see, bigger to act, heart to care, Mother Nature, have future, be the best, best of the best, only best, all the best. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
I request Dr. Rupesh Bomia to kindly felicitate Dr. Kadiresan. Thank you. I'd like to mention that all of today's sessions will be at Panikar Hall, that is this hall, and we sincerely request all our speakers to stick to the time provided to help maintain the agenda as per the schedule. Just like yesterday, we'd like to remind you all to put your phones on silent and refrain from using them unless it is essential to do so. Question answer session will be after the panel discussion. I now deem it a privilege to introduce Mr. Jagdish Sudhakar Bakan of the 2017 batch of the Indian Forest Service. He served for 3 years from 2021 to 24 as the Wildlife Warden and Director of one of India's most biodiverse marine regions, the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park, Ramanathapuram. Mr. Jagdish is a chemical engineer who is now a recipient of the prestigious UNESCO Michel Betis Award 2023 for Biosphere Reserve Management. He has worked on areas such as community development, ecosystem restoration, wildlife protection, environment protection, and eco-education. Currently, he is posted as the Wildlife Warden of Hosur and in charge of the Kaveri North and South Wildlife Sanctuary. I now call upon Mr. Jagdish Sudhakar Bakan, IFS, to deliver today's first plenary talk on leveraging institutional setup for collaborative and holistic management. Please, sir.
Good morning all. So I think it's a very difficult task. Dr. Kadiresan sir has just recently spoken. So whenever I listen to sir, every time he spreads so much of energy and motivation to all the audience. Thank you sir. I had fantastic session by you and we all are benefited. So you have made my task tougher. I have to present now, so people should not get sleep after your high energy lectures. Myself Jagdish Bakan, already I have been introduced, and so I recently I have been transferred to other divisions. So I worked for 3 years in Gulf of Mannar. So the topic given to me is leveraging the institutional setup for collaboration and holistic management. So my topic, I will not be strictly speaking about the only mangroves restoration or something. So I will be covering all the basic ideas or management principles that we are following in the Gulf of Mannar, and what are the different things we can do. Holistic management requires is because all you know that coastal ecosystems and the marine ecosystems are not isolated, they are all integrated. So I will be speaking about my 3 years experience and the different learnings we have got and different institutional setups we are having at Gulf of Mannar. So the outline of the presentation will be Gulf of Mannar, introduction to the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, the challenges, the solution and the mitigation measures, methods and mechanisms, approaches and the innovativeness, results and outcomes, and the importance of institutional setup to achieve the outcomes. So this is the this is the marine areas that I used to work earlier. So this is wildlife division. So the south portion you can see the Gulf of Mannar. It is the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park. These polygons you can see. The red color setups are, these are the coral reefs. All the 21 islands of the Gulf of Mannar are originated by the coral reefs. And this dark in the Parkway region we have a lot of sea grasses are there. This is a continuous stretch of the sea grasses. And there are some patches of the mangroves are there. This is the Karan Cod mangroves. This Pagwe region has more mangroves, and then we have Tambriparni river here, and here also we are having mangroves in the south part of the Tuthukudi. So we had this setup, like I was working as a wildlife warden director there, and we had Gulf of Mannar Vice Reserve Trust. So this is the institutional mechanism I will be focusing more and more. So we have like field staffs, and we had some 4 wildlife range officers and 4 trust range officers, and then 2 special range officers marine elite force. And this is a setup of the Gulf of Mannar Vice Reserve Trust. It is a trust chaired by the Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, and Vice Chairman is the Environment Secretary, Environment and Forest Secretary. We have 252 community-based organizations. We call them as the EDCs, Eco Development Committees. So these are the main focus of this talk, and then we have 2,700 self-help groups working under this EDC. So you can imagine the setup that so much of huge public participation is there, and we have engaged more than 36,000 coastal communities for this organization. So all of you might be aware that Gulf of Mannar is called as biologist paradise. So it is for some purpose, because you can see the huge biodiversity. So more than 4,000 documented species are there currently. So just before proceeding further, I would like to show you some short film about the Gulf of Mannar, and it will be a more reasonable to show you first, because it will help in the understanding the basic models of the Gulf of Mannar. So there is some audio issue, so they will be sorting out. Till that time we can proceed with the PPT. So as I said earlier, the coastal ecosystem, as a manager of the natural resources of the coastal biodiversity, we should have integrated view for the coastal ecosystem. So already all these ecosystems are integrated actually. If you see that mangroves and coral reef and sea grasses, these are though these are located quite a distance apart, but they are all integrated, and the mechanism works like mangrove act as a filter. They are the first filtration of the different sediments and all that. Sea grasses are the second stage of filtration in the ocean beds, and then coral reef will come. The coral reef will not come in the muddy areas, you all know that. So currently the Great Barrier Reef is facing the existential crisis because of the sediments driven by the different agriculture runoff from the Australia to the Great Barrier Reef. So these all are integrated ecosystems, and this all we have to keep in mind while restoration of the mine, while managing the different ecological ecosystems in the marine areas. So what are the different challenges? Like, because coastal areas there is a lot of poverty in the fringe villages, unsustainable use and ecosystem degradation, wildlife entanglement, illegal wildlife trade, and marine plastic pollution, the lack of education. To overcome these challenges and to give a solution to that, we have different methods. Like, so the major one is giving alternative livelihood or the sustainable livelihood to the coastal communities. So how to do that? It is the most difficult job for any manager or any administrator in the coastal region. So what we are doing in the Gulf of Mannar is that we have a microcredit program. So we are giving communities microcredit, and they are using it for 55 types of different activities which are not related to the fisheries, directly related to the fisheries, because it will we have to take the pressure off from the marine areas. So we have you can see that now we have in the last 3 years we have increased the microcredit distribution to almost like 2 to 3 fold. Earlier we used to give some around 10 crore to 15 crores. So now last 3 years we are giving almost 27 crore of microcredit, and communities more than 2,700 SHGs are getting benefited, and we have excellent rate of return for the microcredit. So you can't imagine where they are paying almost 99.99%, and we are not having any default. So we are just having 0.01 that the delayed payment is there. So there is no default. Normally these kind of programs, if you study across the India, there is one big problem is that they will not repay the loan. So but here it is very surprising, and this model has such a huge repayment rate. And this kind of every year we are giving this kind of loans only because of this repayment, and we could give this loan to communities. So not only the giving microcredit will not be sufficient, we have to give them some techniques or some capacity building. Then only they will use this microcredit for some enterprise starting or some other livelihood activities. So we are training many local peoples for that. So another is ecotourism. Already many speakers told that ecotourism has huge potential. So in Gulf of Mannar, luckily we had different ecosystems, and we started ecotourism based on the ecosystem. Like in mangrove, we have mangrove ecotourism, mangrove boating. In the coral, we have glass bottom boats. So people can go and they see the corals through the boat. In the sea grasses also they can see the boats and all that. We have islands, so we have island ecotourism. So what we have done new in this ecotourism, that earlier all this profit used to go to the community only. So now we started sharing 40% of the profit to the community. So all the villagers will come together, they will decide what to do with this 40%, and we are developing many community assets with that. So basic purpose is to take community on board, and with this community onboarding, that this model becomes sustainable. It is community led, it is for community, and community you can see that this setup is giving them some returns. So we have developed many assets like community shades and renovation of the very cultural places through this. So another institution which is helping us in protecting the marine ecosystem is the plastic check post. So this is the efforts of all departments. You can see that district collector and then forest department is a major implementing agency. We have eco development committee. They collect the environment fee. It is based on the polluter pay principle. So tourists, we are charging some 20 rupees, and this plastic, we have some 20 plastic watches. So they will be collecting plastics, and they will be screening the vehicles. So all this plastic will go to the local bodies, and they will be recycling for the road construction. So this environment fee, through this we are supporting the local community SHGs. We are giving tourists some alternative bags like Manjabai yellow bags, cloth bags, and it is a win-win model. Like environment is clean, SCG is getting the employment, and fisherman is also benefiting because they are getting less plastic in their fish catch in the Dhanushkoti region. So this is a plastic which we started in June 2022. So 23 full year we could connect almost 50 tons of the plastic. So you can imagine this 50 ton would have gone to the marine ecosystem. Then it will be very difficult to trace it out actually. Another important institution is that engagement of the community at different level. As I said, like eco development committees or ecotourism committees or many communities. We have to engage the community for different. So communities also acts as a gathering the intelligence for the wildlife trade and all. So in Sri Lanka is very close to, and due to the international maritime boundary line, there are a lot of illegal wildlife trade is happening. So these institutions are helping us in detecting many wildlife crimes. So we have detected more than 83 cases and seized more than 12 tons of the illegal wildlife products. So Marine Elite Force is India's first Marine Elite Force. Tamil Nadu has set up 2 units. One is in Gulf of Mannar and one is in Park Bay. This is a dedicated blue force which is utilized for protection of the marine ecosystem, including mangroves. So another major thing is the community-led wildlife rescue. So communities are there everywhere. Like for example, in Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay, which is in Ramanathapuram district division itself, we had 350 kilometer of coastline. So for any manager to manage this coastline will be difficult. Like with the 10 range offices in the coastline, we can't manage all this long coastline. So community, we started a reward rescue system for the people. Like those who are rescuing the marine mammal, large mammals, they will be getting 10,000 to compensate their loss, net loss and everything. So these kind of cash rewards and the certificates are helping them to come forward, and that this news will spread, and then everybody start to imitate that good gesture that shown by the. So every year more than 40 fishermen were giving certificates and rewards. These are the few pictures, the dugong rescue pictures. This is a dolphin rescue. This is a 6-month-old dugong. Another institution is that we have to collaborate with many security agencies to protect the ecosystem. So this is a classic case of collaboration with the ED, and we have got one offender and seized the property of 5.7 crore, which is he earned through the illegal wildlife trade. So these I will just go through because already many speakers have spoken about it. Coral restoration, then mangrove plantation, already experts have spoken about it. The shelter belts plantation, invasive removal from the coral reefs, invasive removal from the mangroves. So many of you know that this prosopis is invading the many mangrove areas. Eco-awareness is very much important, like mangrove walk and different kind of things. These are some publications. So I will just go to the method and mechanism. So this institutional setup is required actually. So the institutional setup is should be based on some principles, like some methods and mechanism. So what here we are doing is empowering the community to take up the green jobs, community-led self-sustainable plastic control, community-led wildlife rescue, training, capacity building and ecological restoration. And these are some approaches like eco-development approach, community-based governance, polluter-prey principle, waste to wealth, women empowerment, stringent implementation of laws, eco-restoration and eco-awareness. So this is a different outcomes that we have achieved. So I will be just going through, so I will share the PPT. We need not go through all the data. So while working in the coastal ecosystem, we can touch many SDGs. So you will be surprised to see that we will be having impact on the many sustainable development goals. 1.8, then gender equality, because 93% beneficiaries are women. They are forefront actually. They are running many restaurants in the coastal areas like mangrove, ecotourism and all that. We have SDG 10, then 13, 14, 15 are the core SDGs that we are directly touching. Then 16, peace and strong institutions. So this is here it is important. We have 252 coastal community-based governance models. So strong and resilient institutions, transparency and integrity. So these institutions are because it is community-led. So whenever something has to be done, the community has to pass the resolution. So they have to pass the resolution, so they will give the direction. So it is a bottom-up approach. So these kind of institutions are very key in the making that the effective ecological restoration is happening. Otherwise, normally when you just give top-down approach, so normally community will not take show the enthusiasm and the interest in the different initiatives. So partnering from the different institutions is required. So SDG 70 speaks about it. So we have to partner at a local level, regional level, national level, and international level. So we were fortunate to receive some international awards like UNESCO award. Then our plastic checkpost has nominated for PM award for excellence in public administration. So now it has been listed as the best practices in a DARPG portal, Government of India. Our tourism, like I told you, this mangrove tourism and the coral tourism, we received Japan Tourism Award. Our ecological restoration, recently we received award from the Society for Ecological Restoration Australia. And our plastic control and other wildlife illegal control of the wildlife trade, we received UNEP Environment Award from the UNEP and other UN agencies. So importance of the institutional setup. So engaging communities, because without institutional setup, community cannot be held for long actually. So many my seniors are here, or the managers are here, scientists are here. They know that engaging communities is more difficult. Like if you want to bring them on board, they will come for 1 day, 2 day, or 1 month maximum. How can you bring them on board for continuously years? Like in Gulf of Mannar, we are doing for last 15 years. So you can imagine the efforts they have put in for last 15 years. So now we can see the results. So it is like flourishing because we have capitalized on the existing institutional setup. So we have increased our microcredit, we have increased our awareness. So this requires some othering institutions, like some backbone to this. So EDCs and we have trust, they have mangrove cells, mangrove foundations or something. So it will be in the different form, but we have to support community. We have to anchor them. We have to support them because sometimes they will be directionless, they will be vested agendas. So we have to keep as a moderator. We should not control fully, but we should not let them wither away with some other vested interest. Then leveraging economic potential of, for example, ecotourism. We are giving a lot of trainings like scuba diver, kayaking instructor. So a lot of youths are now taking training and they are going to abroad or they are going for the resort. They are working as guides in the different regions. The community-led environment protection, wildlife management, sustainable harvesting of natural resources, and prevention of illegal trade. These are the few importance of the having strong institutional setup and supporting institution. So institutions should support in turn to the communities and the setup on the ground. So that's it from my side. So this is the last slide. Yeah. So if possible, I will play the short video, 3 minutes video. Otherwise, you can skip that. Yeah.
In the southeastern coast of India lies a beautiful shallow bay called the Gulf of Mannar. It comprises a chain of 21 uninhabited islands that extend from Rameshwaram in the north to Kanyakumari in the south of Tamil Nadu. Endowed with its unique biological wealth, it encompasses vast coral reefs, seagrass beds, and mangroves. Since Gulf of Mannar is home to an array of marine life, the Government of India in 1989 declared this entire area as Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve to preserve this ecological haven. Covering an area of 10,500 square kilometers, Gulf of Mannar biodiverse ecosystem supports tourism and is a source of livelihood in the form of fishery to millions of people along this coast. Over the years, like other ecosystems being altered by global warming, the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve has also been affected. The increase in temperature has affected coral reefs adversely and led to bleaching. Human activities like overharvesting of marine resources, industrial waste, and destructive fishing methods have further deteriorated this biosphere reserve. In order to protect the health of the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve and the livelihood dependent on it, the Tamil Nadu government has been undertaking an array of steps for the conservation of biodiversity. With the help of experienced reef researchers, coral rehabilitation process using a fragment transplantation method with standardized artificial substrates is being implemented. Taking this scientific approach one step further, the government of Tamil Nadu has successfully installed multi-purpose artificial modules around the sinking Van Island, and it has brought back this island from the brink of submergence. Along with that, wide-scale seagrass rehabilitation and mangrove plantation initiatives are also being done in this biosphere, and it is showing productive results. A range of alternate livelihood options are created to wean away fishermen from the looming uncertainty around depending on the sea for livelihood. Another community-inclusive, unique innovation that the government has taken is the establishment of plastic checkposts in this coast. These checkposts now play a crucial role in preventing the entry of plastic in Gulf of Mannar and encourages visitors to use eco-friendly alternatives. A healthy ecosystem and a healthy earth are inextricably interdependent, and all we need is to pledge and work towards investing in a secure climate future right now.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. U.S. Panda to kindly felicitate Mr. Jagdish Sudhakar Bakan, IFS. Thank you, sirs. Let us now break for tea, which will be served at Manthan Hall, and then we can reassemble back here. Thank you.
Mangrove forests guard India's coastline with a dense cover of nearly 4,921 square kilometers. Among the many mangrove species, Rhizophora steals the show. Ethereal and resolute, it is submerged during high tide and visible as the water recedes. It grows in highly saline intertidal zones where waterlogged soil has very little oxygen. Each of its organs is equipped with superpowers to survive the harsh saline environment. Its gnarly breathing roots are sturdy anchors. The tall stilts spread out and hold on to the soil, keeping the plant firm against waves and winds. Their barks are studded with pores that let in oxygen, helping the submerged root systems breathe. Its thick, broad leaves store water just like desert succulents do. A wax-like coating seals the water in, reducing transpiration. The older leaves store excess salt that exits the plant as they shed. Rhizophora clusters are safe houses and feeding grounds for several marine creatures. Fish, crabs, and snakes thrive here. The tangle of roots is a nursery for many. During low tide, birds use these branches to rest and hunt. These thick mangroves hold on to the soil and prevent erosion. Floodwaters flow into these dense roots and lose their speed and force. They are shields that protect the coast from strong waves, winds, and cyclones. Mangroves are sentinels of our coasts, sheltering and protecting life all the way. But we are destroying these green guards. In India, they have been cut down to make way for urban development, ports, aquaculture, and tourism. Pollution is hampering their growth. Despite all the pressures, they continue to guard our coast and cities. But for how long?
Welcome back. It's now time for the second plenary talk for the day on evolving strategies in mangrove restoration in Gujarat, a new era of coastal conservation. Dr. G.A. Divakaran, an ecology consultant who holds an MSc and PhD in marine biology from Annamalai University, went on to pursue his postdoc from Woods Hole, USA. He has dedicated 23 years of his life serving as a scientist and principal scientist at the Gujarat Institute for Desert Ecology, or GUIDE, at Bhuj, Gujarat. He has worked in different aspects of coastal ecology, including mangrove ecology and mangrove carbon sequestration, and has taken up several key coastal projects. Requesting you to deliver your talk, sir.
Good morning, distinguished participants. So, my presentation today deals with some simple basic process of mangrove plantation, the problems we faced, and certain possible solutions. It is some field level work, and I'm demonstrating what we have done, what are the approaches we followed in our mangrove plantation, what are the problems we faced, and what could be some possible solutions. Yes, Gujarat. Gujarat has all the ideal trappings for a flourishing mangrove ecosystem and mangrove plantation. A coastline of 1,663 kilometers, 2 perennial rivers, many more seasonal rivers, around 20,000 something square kilometer of mud flats, very conducive environment, and truly maritime culture. So this enables Gujarat to have one of the vibrant mangrove ecosystem in the country with around 1,175 square kilometer. Probably the second largest in the country, I think. And it has not many advantages like highest tidal amplitude. You must have heard that it has one of the second largest tidal amplitude of the world, around 12 plus kilometers, especially in Bhavnagar and South Gujarat coast. It's truly maritime in nature. That could be one reason why it has such a vibrant mangrove ecosystem. Yes, mangrove plantation in Gujarat, in our view. Yes. So it's, as I said, it's a pioneering state in mangrove plantation, and the mangrove area in Gujarat has witnessed a dramatic improvement. That is in 1987, it was 419 square kilometer. It has improved to around 1,175 square kilometer. There are so many reasons, both natural and human effort, and but anyhow, there has been a dramatic improvement in mangrove aerial extent, and lot many conservation efforts have been taken up, especially by government department, NGOs, many other stakeholders, coastal industries. They together contributed for this enormous extent in mangrove area. Especially government agencies like GEC, GE Foundation, they have taken special interest for mangrove plantation, and the pioneering work was done by Gujarat State Forest Department. And overall, there is a good commitment both from the government, coastal communities, coastal industries, and other stakeholders. So this is in essence of what extent of plantation has been done in Gujarat. So the data is given only for 2 decades, from 2000 to 2018. You can see an area of 76,838 square hectares plantation has been done. It's enormous, really. Probably the next largest mangrove plantation in the country, next to West Bengal, I think. But the question remains, how much of survival is there? Out of this 76,000 hectare, how much of plantation survives and it goes to become a fully functional mangrove ecosystem? That we will come later while dealing with the problem. So if you see, the Gujarat Ecology Commission, Forest Department, Marine National Park, there are these 3 government agencies, and other than that, coastal industries like Adani, Kandla, IFCO, Sanghi, and so many other agencies, they too contributed very richly for the mangrove plantation. Though it is out of ministerial mandate, they have done that, and we are a party in that. Almost we have played a major role in the 2,889 square kilometer of mangrove plantation. The private industries, coastal industries have done. So what I want to say, out of 76,000 hectare of plantation, how much of survival is there? How much of growth? How it became, to what extent it became a good functional ecosystem. Next. So what is the method we follow in Gujarat for mangrove plantation? Basically 3 methods are followed. So 3 different terminology. If you see the literature, they use 3 different terminologies: rehabilitation, restoration, and plantation. And most of the time what we do, what we have done in Gujarat is only plantation, restoration and rehabilitation. This point was well highlighted by Professor Kadiresan in his talk. So we don't do rehabilitation or restoration. What is rehabilitation? It is bringing back a degraded mangrove land to its fully functional ecosystem, whereas restoration means it almost, we are bringing back to its similar functionally presumed original state, but not actually the original state. Whereas the plantation we can consider as rising mangroves in an area that mangrove was not there earlier. Next slide. So what are the methods we follow in mangrove plantation? Usually in Gujarat, we follow 3 basic methods, similar to other places, other states in the maritime states in Tamil Nadu. One is nursery raised saplings are transplanted, and the next method is interesting. That is called, in Gujarat it is called Otla method. The third one is sink plantation, that is simply dipping a propicule in the soil. So these are all the 3 methods followed regularly. Among that, the second method, Otla method, is special to Gujarat. I don't think it is being followed anywhere else. This is the plantation raised for Adani in a place called Mundra. Next please. So the first step in our mangrove plantation activity is site selection. We pay very utmost care in choosing the site for plantation, because our experience says site selection is the basic criterion that decides 90% of your plantation success. If you choose a wrong site, then there is every likelihood that your plantation will go wrong. You will not get good service. So these are all the criteria we generally follow to choose a site. Not only this criteria, other criteria are also followed, but the major ones are these 12 criteria. What is the nature of the site? It is an open coast or a creek bank any other site, Estuarine bank, or what is the nature of the site, that carries the priority number 1. Then intertidal gradient, what sort of gradient it is. Usually we prefer gentle gradient, where tidal impact is low. Tidal inundation, it is equivalent to the first priority. Tidal inundation is the most important factor that has resulted either success or failure of majority of the mangrove plantation. Your tidal inundation and intertidal gradient is wrong, then there is no surety of your success. You have to have a site where the intertidal gradient is gentle and you have a tidal inundation. Professor Kathiresan was telling at least 30% of the tidal inundation. In our account, at least 15 days in a day. So we always start our plantation between new moon and full moon. That is almost in the middle of the moon phase, lunar phase. That gives a very good account. Moreover, it is very important where you choose your site in the intertidal belt. Usually Gujarat, people from Gujarat here, they know it is a vast intertidal belt. The tidal amplitude is 12 kilometers. If you go to Bhavnagar side and other side, the intertidal belt is almost kilometers. You will see intertidal belt from 4 to 5 kilometers. So choosing the intertidal exact site for your plantation is very important. Do a mistake and your plantation may not be successful. So water salinity, intertidal extent, as I said, sometimes intertidal extent is more than 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. You have to choose. Don't go for lowest low tide level or highest high tide level. Always choose a middle level. That to upper intertidal level is best. Tidal currents, gentle and low velocity currents. Site with gentle and low velocity currents are preferred. And presence or absence of, that is a good indicator. If you have a stray mangroves nearby, it indicates that you have a good chance of getting a good plantation. Accessibility to site, labor availability, seed source, that is also very important because seeds collected from the local source, it gives a better result. That is our experience. Pressure, grazing, cattle visit, resource gathering, it's very common in Gujarat. So plant the mangrove, leave it and come back after 1 month, you will see all your plantation, though it is well grown, it has been gathered by local people or grazed by the cattle. So these are all some very basic criteria we follow to choose a site. Next, please. So raised bed method, it is, as I said, it is very unique to Gujarat. Why this method was developed by Gujarat Forest Department is, as I said, the tidal velocity is very high. Sometimes you may not get a good site where you don't get a very gentle low velocity current. The site given to you by the authorities has very high velocity current. In that case, you have to have some, you have to ingeniously think how to reduce the velocity. So this method, when you plant your seeds on a slightly raised oval or round shaped bed, it stops the velocity. Because the current will take a side flow and then it will not affect the seedlings. At the same time, the seedling will get a good water tidal supply. And very important thing here is raised bed should be arranged alternatively. Each row should be alternative raised beds. Next slide. Direct seed dippling is the method followed everywhere in India. The major advantage of this method is simple, cheap, very low labor and intensive, and even untrained labor can do this. So this method is widely followed, and in many plantations they do it as a main plantation method instead of as a secondary or tertiary method. It is because the budget allotted to you is low. You don't have any other option but to carry out plantation, and you have been given only around 25,000 per hectare. In that case, you have to carry out plantation, no other option is method. One basic thing in this method is you may have to go for repeated dipping. You have to dipple the seed repeatedly for at least 3-4 times. As I said, it is very low labor intensive, low cost method, and easily it can be done, implemented by even untrained people. Next slide. So transplanting nurseries and great seedlings, as I said, it is also universally followed method, and nursery beds can be made in so many different ways. In South India, they used to make, especially MSSR people, they used to make nursery in indoors. They'll supply fully fresh water. Here, nurseries are made in an intertidal belt or near a small rivulet where regular tidal water inundation is there. So you have to ensure the place where you make nursery gets water inundation, tidal inundation very regularly. That is one major important. And another good thing about this method is it offers a lot of employment opportunity to the stakeholder community. Next. So what are the success rates in all these three methods? In the first instance, the Otla method, it offers only 49% good result. In nursery method, as expected, the result is good in the first instance, 67%. And in direct dippling, in some time you get a very good. This is the result we gathered. We were given the task of assessing around 5,000 hectares of mangrove plantation carried out by Gujarat Ecology Commission with the financial assistance of World Bank. So after assessing 5,000 hectares of mangrove plantation, our conclusion is, I'm presenting it very simply. So among these three methods, it can be followed in a combination, in a combined manner, based on your site situation. Whatever method the site demands, you can use it. It is not that you have to stick to that method only. You can follow other method also based on your financial resources, your labor availability, other conditions, local conditions. So these methods not necessarily, I think Otla method no need to follow in states like Tamil Nadu, southern states where your tidal amplitude is only around 1 meter. So this method may not be necessary. I don't know, in certain areas maybe the tidal velocity is high, this method can be followed. Next. So we have seen the process. So what are the issues, what are the problems we faced while carrying out mangrove plantation? The first and foremost problem we faced is poor survival. I shown you a slide, around 76,000 hectares of mangrove plantation have been carried out in the last 2 decades, 2000 to 2018. Maybe some more plantation have been done after that. But out of that 76,000, how much of survival? How much of hectares are surviving? How much of hectares grow to become a fully functional mangrove ecosystem? That is the question, that is very important. Professor Kadiresan was highlighting this point. Sir, we are good in quality. Are we good in quantity? That is the question. So poor survival cripples many of the plantation efforts. You will spend money, labor, effort, everything. Getting land is the most difficult task. You will get a land, you will carry out plantation, and you will get a survival of 20% after repeated effort. So somewhere you have committed mistake. Either your site selection is wrong, or you have the exact micro level location you have chosen is wrong. Somewhere you have committed mistake. So unless otherwise we have a good technical knowledge of the site, you need to have a good understanding of the hydrology of the local environment, tidal time, tidal amplitude, lunar cycles, the time you choose to carry out plantation. So all these things, it matters a lot. Lack of skilled workers, very often the plantation fails if you don't get a good trained manpower. Otherwise you have to carry out training at the cost of lot of money, because you have to carry out lot of awareness program. Virtually you have to teach him in the field how to carry out plantation. All these things you have to turn, especially if a community, it will be easier to train them. Otherwise it will be little tough. Technical capacity. Many organizations I have seen in Gujarat, they will take up mangrove plantation and they will not have any basic understanding of mangroves or oceanography, local tide condition, nothing. They will simply initiate. They think it is simple activity and anyone can do. Of course, it is almost like agriculture, but it needs a lot of scientific input. That many people, especially NGOs who take up mangrove plantation, they don't understand. Land availability is one of the major problems that crippled our effort very much. For example, the ministry, as a condition while offering EC, will tell the industry you have to carry out 200 hectares of plantation. The industry will approach us and they will ask us to identify land. We will identify land and the problem starts. Getting permission from revenue department, forest department, and if it is a private land, from private people. So it's really a hell of a task. So land availability often crippled or stopped many of the mangrove plantation activity. Single species plantation. Not only in Gujarat, I have seen this tendency happening everywhere in India. They prefer only Abyssinia marina. Maybe Dr. Selvam will be able to tell something on that. But why do they prefer only Abyssinia marina? In my opinion, it is survival rate is high, it is simple to plant, the seeds are available in plenty, and it requires minimal maintenance. But while planting Abyssinia marina only, you negate biodiversity. Everywhere you see Abyssinia marina only. Why don't you go for any other species? That is one major problem. Post-plantation, lack of post-plantation maintenance, that is another issue. Absence of integrated management plan, that is another major issue. Next, please. So what could be the solution? So Professor Kathiresan again, he was telling one major important point. If you take the whole of Indian mangroves, around 4,900 square kilometers, nearly 50 or 60% are open, scrubby, degraded mangroves. But in spite of this fact, we go on planting, which again become open, scrubby, degraded. And we don't care about what happens to that plantation after that. So we add up to the already existing open degraded mangroves, and that again it doesn't give very poor ecological environmental services. So what is the solution? Next slide please. Why do we do always plantation? Why we don't do restoration or rehabilitation? That is the question that came to my mind while dealing with plantation. Of course, there are a lot of administrative, legal, so many other issues involved. But this is the question we have to ask ourselves. Next. This one simple statistics I collected from Forest Survey of India. If you see Gujarat, out of 1,175 square kilometer of mangrove, 86% of mangroves are open, degraded, scrubby. The same thing follows. In Maharashtra, it is 72%. The lowest percentage is Andaman Nicobar Islands. Maybe it's undisturbed mangrove, it's not, it's good, it's very dense. So at the national level, you have around 41% of open degraded mangroves. It doesn't give you any good ecological services. The ecological functionality of this mangrove is very poor. So in Gujarat, this is the case. Out of 1,176 square kilometers, 1,006 square kilometers are sparse, open, degraded. So what best we can do? What I suggest in this, instead of plantation, we can take up restoration and rehabilitation. Restoration and rehabilitation is a simple, easy, affordable, cost-effective method, and we can carry out some biophysical alteration within the open mangroves and make it dense and ecologically more functional. Next. Oh, that's what. If you see this kind of mangrove, the upper left slide, this can be made further dense, further taller, and it can, by simple biophysical amendments like joining the creek inside the mangrove or making new creeks or enabling tidal inundation. We have to remember always tidal inundation is directly proportional to mangrove ecological services. Unless we do a better tidal inundation, ensure a better tidal inundation, we don't get a dense mangrove plantation in all our plantation effort. So my simple suggestion is restoration and rehabilitation instead of plantation in order to make the mangrove more functional, ecologically more functional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, kindly wait for a moment. Requesting Dr. V.K. Sharma to please felicitate Dr. G.A. Devakaran. Thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce our third plenary speaker for today, Mr. Nahar Mohammed, an adjunct faculty of the Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, IITM, Bhubaneswar. He is a practitioner, researcher, consultant, and educator in the fields of tourism, conservation, and development. He is an alma mater of the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and the Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal, and is currently pursuing a PhD at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, studying the influence of protected area tourism on the indigenous communities of the Simlipal Tiger Reserve in Odisha, India. Requesting Dr. Nahar Mohammed to deliver his talk on ecosystem services and livelihood options through responsible ecotourism.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to each one of you who are attending this conclave on mangroves, both offline and online. For me, it is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be part of this very important event. And I understand amongst the audience we have a mixed group having researchers, scientists, policymakers, park managers, community members, etc. And therefore, I thought of making my presentation a very generic one, where I have been asked to deal with the subject of tourism in the context of mangroves, where tourism happens to be one of the prominent and impactful ecosystem services which the mangroves provide, particularly to the benefit of people who are inhabiting the mangrove ecosystems. With respect to this, I wanted to start by saying that when it comes to tourism, often what we see is there is this intermingling of concepts of ecotourism and tourism at various levels. And as someone who have been trained in the area of ecotourism at the Indian Institute of Forest Management, my position here is to distinguish these two things as separate, and each one of it can be identified as two different things. Because when we talk about ecotourism, there are very specific qualifying criteria. If any of these criteria is missing, then I would consider it as a tourism activity, but not necessarily an ecotourism activity. Some of the critical criteria that makes a tourism activity an ecotourism activity is, number one, it enables people to travel to natural areas which are predominantly undisturbed, and the purpose of going there is to enjoy being there, to appreciate the natural beauty and the natural wealth the area possesses, and also in the process learn about the biodiversity, the floral, faunal wealth, etc. Thirdly, it also enables the visitor to contribute to the conservation needs of the area. And fourthly, and most importantly, that those initiatives, those efforts should support the local community for their social economic well-being. So if these four criteria are being met, then we would be able to call that particular tourism initiative as an ecotourism initiative. I have been working in this area of tourism domain for the last 22 years, and I have dealt with different ecologically fragile ecosystems, starting from the mountain areas of the Himalayas to coastal ecosystems. I've had experiences of working in the tourism development or planning projects in mangrove areas also. Dr. Selvam would recollect we had initiated the SICOM assisted mangrove tourism project in Vedaranyam. Subsequently, I was part of the project development in Marine National Park and in Bittarkanika, etc. So with that, what I am trying to share with you is my experience as a practitioner over these years. What I have learned, what are the missing points, which perhaps each one of you could consider as critical areas that needs to be kept in mind while we design ecotourism planning and development. Okay, so there are three segments or three aspects that I wanted to cover in this presentation. Number one, I would like to capture the global scenario of mangrove-based tourism or mangrove-based ecotourism. Then I'll briefly try to highlight what is it happening in the mangrove ecotourism space with respect to Southeast Asia and then in the Indian context. With that, I will then move on to why ecotourism is important, particularly from the community perspective, because we understand it is one impactful intervention that will help us to achieve multiple benefits, be it the conservation objectives or the socio-economic objectives or even awareness building, and thereby creating the most important environmental stewardship which we would like to expect from the larger community. And thirdly and lastly, I would like to come to certain suggestions, certain areas of considerations for each one of us when it comes to planning and developing ecotourism as an intervention. Okay, so as I said at the beginning, ecotourism is one particular, or ecotourism or tourism for that matter, is one of the ecosystem services which mangrove ecosystem provides to human beings. There are multiple other benefits which we could gain from mangrove ecotourism, mangrove ecosystem and its conservation, be it for the local community, provisioning of wood, livelihoods, and a whole lot of other things. But my specific interest here is on tourism, and tourism is considered and established as one of the most prominent ecosystem services that mangrove ecosystems can provide. With that as the starting point, if you look at mangroves in the global context, I will not dwell upon to those numbers, which I'm sure all of you are quite familiar of. But what I'm interested here is the last point. What we are seeing is mangrove ecosystems in general is experiencing a lot of stress and damage, primarily due to anthropogenic activities. Those activities can be identified as commercial aquaculture or plantations or urban expansion. And lastly and most importantly, unplanned tourism. The way tourism is being carried out without much thinking, without much long-term visualization. That's a primary issue which is being considered as a problem. So on the one hand, tourism is going to support the very objective of mangrove conservation, and on the other hand, it is also a problem in itself. So this is where I wanted to start. Okay, so if you look at the trends with respect to mangrove ecotourism specifically as a sub-component or sub-segment under the larger tourism domain, it is one of the largest, one of the fastest growing tourism segments. There are some recent studies which suggest that around 4,000 plus attractions are available globally, and Americas, followed by Caribbean and the Southeast Asia, are the prominent geographies where mangrove-based tourism is growing exponentially over the years. And it also suggests that between the overnight visitors and the day visitors, the trend suggests mangrove tourism largely attracts the day visitors, which is an important aspect to be taken note of, because for tourism to become more beneficial, it needs to be told that it needs to be more overnight visitation that brings maximum benefit to the local community. With respect to Sundarbans, 98% of the visitors are apparently day visitors who are coming, visiting the place and returning on the same day. Facilities like boardwalks, viewing tower, information center, visitor amenities, etc. are the type of infrastructure that is being created in the name of mangrove tourism. Activities like boating, canoeing, fishing, hiking, a whole lot of activities can be initiated and propagated through mangrove tourism. If you look at the numbers, just to put things into perspective, Florida's Everglades National Park hosts more than 1 million visitors every year, whereas it also generates a lot of revenue. If you look at some examples, the Cangio mangroves in Vietnam, it generates approximately 100,000 US dollar and above, whereas there are studies which suggest that, and also for making the estimate of the impact of mangrove tourism, there are various economic tools that can be applied, be it the travel cost method or willingness to pay method. So using that, we will be able to understand what is the impact which is being achieved through promoting mangrove-based tourism. Now, if you move to the Southeast Asia, what we are seeing is it is again on the growth path. Countries like Indonesia and Malaysia are the front runners with respect to mangrove tourism. A lot of activities ranging from boat tours to wildlife watching, and they also propagate this idea of tree planting. So alongside your visitation, there are opportunities being generated as tourism options or products where the visitors can actually participate in regenerative efforts. A lot of infrastructural development have happened because of the development of mangrove tourism. And of course, it all resulted in the improvement of the economic well-being of the local community, and thereby the dependence on them on the mangrove ecosystem have reduced significantly. This is what the studies and the data proves. So in short, promoting ecotourism in the Southeast Asia in general, and even in the case of India in particular, what we see is we can actually make the local economies in the mangrove setting work more vibrantly using tourism as a tool. In the Indian context, it's not new. It's been happening for many, many years. A lot of efforts have been taking place at various destinations. The reason why it is being promoted as one of the major intervention is because it helps us to achieve both the conservation objectives as well as the economic needs. Almost all states in the country where mangrove ecosystem is in existence promotes ecotourism or tourism in different formats and different ways. Some of the leading states in this respect are Goa, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, etc. What they are primarily doing is to establish and operate boardwalks. That's one of the key initiative that we had observed under this. The image that you could see on the slide is a boardwalk which was inaugurated just last week in the South Andamans. So this is an ongoing trend that we observe. A lot of initiatives. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. A lot of these initiatives are receiving support from government, from externally funded agencies like the World Bank or the UNDP, etc. And there are some community initiatives, and we are also of late seeing the private sector participation in large numbers. However, there is a felt need to specifically look on aspects like the community linkage, whether the local community are effectively being involved or integrated into this exercise or not is an area which needs to be investigated more. Productization is another aspect, infrastructure and its development, whether it is happening properly or not. And thirdly, looking things from an ecosystem perspective, not just limiting only the mangroves and the areas surrounding it, but what about connecting it with the larger sub-region? That aspect also is an area of attention. With that, the context here is there is an understanding that a lot of mangrove deterioration is happening because of the dependence of the community in the adjoining areas who are having socioeconomic concerns. And tourism is one particular tool which have been proposed and promoted as a solution to address these issues. And if that is the case, how we can make mangrove-based tourism or mangrove-based ecotourism as a tool to address the challenges that we have and to gain some solutions through that, utilizing nature-based solutions as the way forward. So if you look the whole thing from the local community's perspective, why we should promote tourism? Number one, tourism is driven by this interest towards nature, where flora, fauna, the landscape, the water bodies, etc. becomes the driving factor for anyone to visit a particular area. Secondly, tourism is one of the few segments which has a large diversity option. It is also a cross-cutting area where an agricultural activity taking place in a local area or a fisheries-based thing happening in that area can be connected to tourism. So that makes tourism a more impactful cross-cutting area. And because of it being an activity where the consumption takes place at the destination, which in other words mean the market is it's not like the product travels to the market, it's the other way around. So as a consumer, you travel to the market and consume it there. So that makes tourism different from other forms of economic activities, and it is also highly labor intensive. It is one area which happens to provide maximum employment opportunities for the marginalized sections like the women, the youth, etc. And it also supports a lot of small, medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneur opportunities. Now, there is another reason why we should be considering promoting ecotourism as an important activity. From nation's perspective, we are putting efforts to achieve the sustainability development goals. So, if we promote mangrove-based ecotourism, at least 7 goals out of 17 can be, achieved in various mangrove areas, like the SDG 1, etc. Now, if we want to promote, if that makes us more convinced that there is a need to promote ecotourism or tourism in a mangrove area, what are the principles that should be driving us or guiding us forward? So the first thing is that whatever that activity that we promote as ecotourism activity in a mangrove setting, it should enable us to generate financial benefits for the conservation purpose. It should, of course, help the local communities by way of empowering them and to make them the guardians of those natural resources. Minimizing environmental impact, as I said, tourism is a double-edged sword. If you don't manage it, if you don't plan it, if you don't take care of it, then it can also become a problem in itself. So therefore, there is a need for proper planning and management. And ultimately, through mangrove-based tourism, you can generate environmental awareness and thereby the stewardship that we would expect. There are various areas of intervention that you need to keep in mind. To start with institutionalization. So of late, what we are seeing is tourism is getting bigger and bigger in the Indian context. A lot of rural areas have suddenly got exposed to tourism, and there is a lot of confusion who will do what. So if you take an example of a mangrove destination, the protected area manager is interested only the areas that is under his administrative control. So what about things that are happening outside of his protected area limits? Who will take care of that? So this leads us to the need for an institutional setup where stakeholders can come together, sit together and decide and run the show. Product planning, so on the one hand it is a conservation activity, but on the other hand it is also a commercial thing. It is typically a product selling. So from that perspective, you need to visualize and develop various products, a combination of products which will enable the visitor to stay back at least for a night. So what are the different types of products that you can think of? There should be a management plan, because every protected area manager who assumes the charge, that person has a particular way of doing things, but then what about its continuity? So for that, you need to have a well-defined, workable, feasible management plan. Facilities and infrastructure is also a key aspect. A lot of places what we see is we tend to ignore basic amenities and facilities. Without that, you will not be achieve quality visitation. Capacity building of everybody who is involved in the tourism business, be it the PA manager or the community members. Everybody needs to be capacitated to undertake their activities efficiently. Marketing and promotion, and lastly, visitor management. Now, with all these things, some of the critical challenges that we would experience if we want to develop ecotourism, of course, waste management is one of the critical area which needs attention. The conflict that may arise between the stakeholders, particularly what we are seeing is between the private players and the protected area management, there is a rising trend of conflicts. Infrastructure, whether it is lack of it or even having infrastructure which are not appropriately planned and designed and executed, is also a problem. Visitor management, the behavior of visitors during their visit, needs to be regulated, and finally there are issues with respect to climate change. Now, how we can develop this? There is a need for setting up indicators and monitoring and evaluation framework. So unless we have this, we will not be able to understand where are we heading to. Are we really achieving our goals from a holistic perspective or not? For this, a set of key performance indicators or areas that needs to be taken into consideration needs to be looked into. There are a couple of case studies which I wanted to share with you from the Indian context. Sundarbans, being a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a tiger reserve, have made very good progress in promoting tourism as a tool for conservation and socio-economic advancements of the community. What we are seeing is there are more than 4 lakh visitors who visits Sundarbans, but a large percentage of them happens to be the day visitors. Revenue generation is also increasing, and ultimately this has helped the improvement of livelihoods, and it also have directly benefited the conservation needs. The other example which I wanted to bring to your attention is from Vietnam. The Can Geo mangrove forest, one of the largest visited mangrove forests anywhere in the world. What they've done is they have incorporate the restoration programs, the mangrove restoration programs, as part of the eco-tour products and packages. Very smartly they have done it. A lot of eco-lodges and educational tours are being organized, which eventually resulted in improving the biodiversity, the local employment generation, etc. Now, to sum it up, considering the positive impacts that ecotourism can generate for the mangrove conservation and socio-economic needs, we understand that it brings us benefits from different perspectives. On the one hand, it helps us to address your economic needs, because many a times the conservation, you won't have the financial resources to take care of things. Sir was talking about the dearth in funds when it comes to plantation or any other activity. So utilizing ecotourism as a tool, perhaps you can generate, if not the whole requirement, at least part of it can be addressed. It can help you to generate environmental education and awareness amongst the citizens. And of course, it helps us to evolve sustainable livelihood opportunities, community engagement, and finally, biodiversity conservation. And to end up my presentation, I have few takeaways. Number one, we need to recognize the power of tourism. So as a tool, as a management tool, tourism holds some very significant power. So it can be utilized for addressing some of your conservation challenges if you approach it smartly and effectively. And if we wanted to do this in a structured format, then there is a need for policies and plans and strategies. Maybe at the national level, the conclave can consider having a policy, because there are a lot of inconsistencies that we see with respect to the mangrove ecotourism. So one destination has a particular approach, whereas the other has a different approach. So is there a possibility of bringing these approaches into one platform through a policy framework? Adoption of an ecosystem service, which means you should not limit only to the boundaries of the park, the mangrove area. You should also consider things that are in the vicinity. A lot of facilities, attractions, amenities, etc. is possible. For example, biking tour, or canoeing, or trails to the villages, etc. So these are activities which makes people to come and consume products and spend more time and spend more money there. Community linkage is a critical aspect. How effectively you can achieve that community linkage, how you can establish a benefit sharing mechanism which is acceptable to them, so that is another important aspect. And there is a high need for adopting modern management practices. So there are examples where PPP, the public-private partnership models of ecotourism, development have already taken place. So you need to consider such forward-looking options for better management, for better results through ecotourism. Creativity and innovation is a very important aspect which makes your efforts standing out from others, because there is a competition going on amongst the mangrove destinations across India also. So how your destination is different from others, in what respects you can bring that difference, will make your destination more impactful. Utilization of digital and technological tools like the apps, the drones. So for your management, for your monitoring, for your promotion, social media can be utilized, etc., etc. And then finally, there must be a dynamic and an adaptive management, and a management framework which keeps changing as per the needs. So there should not be a fixed management framework. So every time you have a new situation, you need to have an adaptive management framework. And finally, and most importantly, there is a dire need for more documentation, more research, looking this whole thing from ecological, from socio-economic, from management, from visitor, and from promotions perspective. So with that, I will end my presentation. If there are any questions, I can take up one or two, if there is time. Thank you.
So with your permission, if we can keep the question and answer session after the panel discussion. Kindly wait for a moment. Requesting Dr. S.R. Marigaudar, scientist NCCR, to felicitate Dr. Nahar Mohammed. Requesting Dr. Rupesh Bhumia to felicitate Nahar Mohammed, sir. Thank you all for a great session. Let's now move on to the panel discussion on mangroves for adaptation, biodiversity, and human well-being. I would like to call upon our moderator, Dr. Rupesh Bhumia, scientist C4 ICRAF, and panelists to come onto the dais. Mr. Subhash Chandra IFS, CEO of National Authority Campa, Dr. S.T. Balasubramanian, former VC, Chettinad University, Dr. Bijoy Nandan, Dean CUSAT and former VC, Kannur University, Ms. Anuja Shukla from the World Bank, Delhi, and Dr. P. Tamiloli, social anthropologist. Thank you very much. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Rupesh.
Thank you, Rukmani. This session, the morning session, has been very knowledgeable, exciting, with Dr. Kathireshan starting off with the inspiring speech and rest of the talks. So today I have a big challenge to moderate this session with eminent panels. And I assume my role more as a facilitator and, if I can call, as a catalyst, because here is a huge experience, wisdom, and here is the receptacle, and we have to all work together that it comes out well and is received well, and we all can take it into our roadmap. So that's the challenge. I'm going to start introducing everyone from here while the microphone issue sorts out, so that we don't lose time. First of all, I would like to thank everyone, all the panel members, to agreeing to be part of this event and gracing with their presence this India Mangrove Conclave, which is the first event. Sir, also I want to mention that we had very good session yesterday, because some of you were not able to come, and it was very inspiring and energizing. So we hope to continue that same energy and same level of momentum on this session. And I'll start with introducing our panel member, Sri Subhash Chandra, who is an Indian Forest Service officer from 1988. He currently serves as the CEO of National Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority. Many of you heard the term CAMPA. So he leads that. And earlier he was heading the Forest Department of Goa and DIG and Special Secretary of MOEFCC, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Mines. So he has a very wide career as a bureaucrat, as dealing with the state forest and national level. So we are going to learn from him different aspects and how that relates to mangroves. He also supervised as CAMPA the implementation of Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act of 2016 and monitoring of afforestation and ecological restoration efforts. So that relates very nicely with the mangroves. Then we have Professor S.T. Balasubramanian, who is very well renowned. I don't have a lot to say because everyone knows him. Suffice is to say that there are many people who come here and was saying that we are his students and we are his, and they are leading very eminent institutions. So he has created a great impact in education, learning, and continues to do so. He was a Vice Chancellor of Chettinad University and also currently serves as an advisor of Chettinad University and Satyabhama University. So his journey of education and training has been very inspiring and ongoing, more than 50 years association with Annamalai University. Then we have Madam Anuja Shukla. She works with World Bank. She works as environment specialist for the World Bank, and she has a huge role of working into the intersection of integrated coastal zone management, ecotourism, and eco-sensitive planning, as well as environment safeguard. So she can share a lot from her perspective, from the World Bank, from the international to national, and we'll try to get how that links to some of the challenges, some of the opportunities that we have in the context of mangrove and coastal sustainability. Then we have Professor S. Vijayanandan. He is currently Dean of Faculty of Marine Sciences, member of Syndicate and Senate of Cochin University of Science and Technology, and he is also former Vice Chancellor of Kannur University. He is an accomplished researcher and academician with so many number of PhD scholars who have been trained under his supervision, and he continues to follow in that path, guiding and institution building. So we are very happy to have you, sir. And last but not least, we have P. Tanamajoli. Sorry if I am butchering your name. I tried very hard, but it doesn't come very natural to me. But so sir is a social anthropologist with more than 25 years of experience, and he dons various hats as a practitioner, as a researcher, as a trainer, as a teacher, and he's gonna share his real world on the ground experiences of what works, what doesn't work, where are the gaps and challenges. So thank you, sir, for joining here. Where are the microphones? Well, I don't want, yesterday we had this issue of everyone coming to the dais and speaking. So I will keep talking because I told I would not be talking much as a panel moderator, but while I'm standing here, I can continue talk and fill the gap. So, sir, just for your information, we are working towards with NCCR to create and develop this roadmap for mangrove conservation and management. And this event, this panel session is a sort of continuation in the series of activity, which is parallel session, plenary talks, and group activities. So we try to sort of use this 1 hour to see what was missed in those things, and can we get some more from your insight. So I'll take my seat here, but if I can start with maybe with Madam Anuja to give a little bit introduction about your role as a World Bank environment specialist and how you have seen that has changed over a course of time in the context of India. So not necessarily in the mangrove context, but in the broader environmental sciences. So maybe briefly, 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll follow the same thing for all panel members to get it started. And then hopefully we'll have time to get some questions from the audience. So thank you.
Thank you, Rupesh, for this very kind introduction, and a very good morning, good afternoon, all of you. I am Anuja Shukla, and currently I'm working with the World Bank South Asia team, positioned in the Delhi office. My involvement with this sector has been more than 15 years now, and I've been very fortunate that World Bank is my current role. But I have also had the opportunity to work with the Ministry of Environment and Forest when we were developing the first ever ICZM project for the ministry. Then as a young professional, I wanted to get my hands dirty, so I got into the consultants world and actually did many projects, prepared plans, ecotourism, ICZMs, eco-sensitive planning, got into development sector, and then finally, since last 5 years, I am working actively in the coastal zone and blue economy division of the World Bank South Asia region. Just answering very quickly on how World Bank sees this agenda, it's not the same anymore as it was when I started working in this sector. You know, earlier we had to go out, talk to the government, build capacities. So through the first ICZM project, we had established a lot of database, risk assessments, hazard lines for India. We worked on the systems, capacities, pilot projects, mangrove rehabilitation in Gujarat, we just spoke about this morning. We did pilot projects in Odisha, we did projects in West Bengal. So we were exploring this field, building capacities, trying our hands on doing pilots and learning from doing. But now things are very different. You know, as an Indian, I feel very happy when a government professional tells me that we don't need your money. I feel very proud as an Indian. So now lending and you know, the World Bank charm is no more very, very interesting for the government of India. What is required is global knowledge, how we can learn from other countries, how we can learn from our past experiences, and how best we can utilize the existing resources. Recently, we had a new president in the World Bank, and we have also added the term livable planet in the mission, because it's now not about building roads and dams and infrastructure, but ensuring that whatever we do sustainably. So there's a lot of thrust on that, and India has always been a torchbearer. We have a blue economy policy now in place which guides all the investments. So I think times have changed, and as a bank now we are more positioned as a knowledge bank. It's not only about lending, but also bringing the global knowledge from all the successful practices or experiences we've had in Vietnam or Philippines or Ghana or Myanmar, and trying to elevate what we have already achieved in India. So I think that's how we position ourselves, and that's how we see our contribution in the Indian context. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If I can extend the same line of question with all other panel members. Sir, if you can reflect with
Good afternoon to all of you. It's great to be at the Indian Mangrove Conclave. It's great that Dr. Rupesh, so happy to see you after a long time. My colleagues on the fellow panel members in this panel session, it's really vibrant to be in the Indian Mangrove Conclave. Now, the first, as Dr. Rupesh was suggesting, I will just give out outline on my linkages with the mangrovers and the mangrove community. Let me be very clear that I have been spending over 3 decades of academic and research fellows in the area of marine science, marine biology, interfaced with mangrove research. Mangroves research started almost 20 years back with me. I had a major projects with the State Department, State Institution, State funded, and from there my dream and my love, even from my very early days, my association with mangrove research was very much started with strong foundations, even during my early career building. Then later, as a researcher and as a faculty, senior faculty, mangrove research blossomed and increased my participation. And if I'm very specific to the areas where I focused for the last 3-4 decades of mangrove research, all funded by state and national agencies, including Ministry of Environment, Forest, the Department of Environment, Government of Kerala, various NGOs, various technical institutions, all have shouldered and partnered in my career, and I could even see many of my postdocs, doctoral students all participating in this great event. Now, let me just put it in perspective. That is what we have been focusing. We have been focusing, whatever I could see our doyen Professor Kadireshan was highlighting, all those areas have been fathomed and earmarked and calibrated through the last 3 decades of my career, and our team of mangrovers who have worked day and night in the Cochin University of Science and Technology in the School of Marine Sciences. The areas spanning from structural analysis, structural dynamics, the environmental relation, the biotic, abiotic interactions in all major mangrove ecosystems of the country, right from the southwest coast, going to the Sundarbans, going to the Kuringa, going to the Andamans, going to the Lakshadweep, all have been fathomed and created, databases have been created. In addition, other than this, biodiversity studies, benthic and planktonic assessments have been done, pollution studies have been done, along with very specific data, and the blue carbon sequestration has been well calibrated in the Cochin coastal systems, the mangrove habitats. The blue carbon has been mapped, how much goes as PCO2 and how much of emissions have been calibrated. And then we had some presentations also from my team here. So over 30 to 40 very excellent, vibrant publications have come out in Journal of Environmental Management, Catena, Environmental Science and Pollution, and Pollution Research. And also, I will say that our team has been part of the diplomatic mission in solving one of the most issue of mangrove die-off in the islands of mangrove, the Maldives. Almost 9 to 10 islands. I think Dr. Farah, my Maldives student, is also here. She's doing PhD. She is also attending this wonderful conclave. And we've been party through the diplomatic mission, through our strength which we have done on mangrove research. And I would say that this is diverse, and the Great Dieback event, several books have been authored, and also in addition, the mangrove restoration, the science of mangroves has been greatly explored. The restoration, planting, all have been very recently been well taken up as part of our activities which is going on. So this is what I have been doing, and ahead of our panel discussion, I'll just focus and give you the further highlights on what are the core areas and my perspective on those areas. Thank you so much.
Namaste and good morning to you all. My experience with working in the conservation of forest and other natural resources is when I joined the Forest Service 3.5 decades back. In fact, from a North Indian state, first brush with the mangrove was during our tour to South India. So after 23, 24 years, I could see the sea, ocean and the mangroves. But they are very fascinating areas. And in fact, when I was working in Goa Forest Department, I could learn how these are very, very critical areas where not only Forest Department, but all scientific community should come together. And because conservation is, I think, not possible without economics. And whatever research we are doing, very meaningful and very interesting, how we translate it into action, take it to the society, take people's support, and make it workable with the economic needs of the people. Now, that is the challenge which, as a forester, we are facing everywhere. Keeping mangrove and not keeping mangrove, how much is the difference for the coastal communities? Because as in the three presentation, beautiful presentation I saw in the morning, there are challenges because of the geology and geography plays, restricts the mangrove vegetation. At the same time, the climate, the local communities and the situation which is available for growth of mangrove. We all are aware that mangroves are our best defense on the coastal belt for against climate change and for securing climate resilient resilience to the local communities. So this is a big area where we all needs to work together. We all need to work together. The problem is there is no dearth of knowledge. But how we take societal support, this is, can we reach out to students from the very beginning? Can it be a part of school curricula? Can the, from the very young boys and girls, they can go to the coastal areas and see how mangrove, for that purpose, any natural ecosystem, how they are important for the life and how one can contribute by reducing its own impact on the coastal ecosystems. And the kind of economy which mangroves support, actually everybody is not aware, like fishing, like so much seafood is coming from there. It is because of mangrove. It is helping us in getting the clean desalinized water because of filtration by the mangrove vegetation. So a lot of benefits are there, but people are even aware, they are not involved in the actions which we want to take. So coming to this very distinguished gathering, in fact I also was thinking from the beginning how we can work together. You already are aware that Misty mission is there and we are supporting from Campa. It is a basically collaborative approach. Just a few days back we have our secretary and secretary Ministry of Rural Development, they have signed a joint communication, joint memorandum, so that NREGS and Campa, they can also work together jointly how best we can do that. But meanwhile, this task is not very easy because the presentation we thought, I saw today, it requires huge groundwork. Like while coming in the flight, I was reading one book. In fact, this I got chance through. This is A Brief Natural History of Civilization, Mark Burtness. And we are just a point in the, if we say the scale of a mile or something, our time is just a point. If it is not more than that. So the issue is if we do or not do. It is the nature which will take care, and it will do. So how we cooperate, we collaborate with not only our scientific mind and as our organization, but the nature is a complex of everything. From the soil, from the climate, from the microorganism to the whatever algae and other whatever systems are there. Our job is how we make things workable in a very limited time frame. We allow nature to work itself and we create situation. There are challenges in mangrove plantation like Gujarat, Dr. Thivagran was telling, but we have very limited choice because there is a ecological succession, we all know. It takes its own time. If it is a 100 years journey or 500 years journey or say millennia, we can't quicken it because the situation has come to such a pass. Even like if we are located, suppose we mostly are working as a scientific community, I work as a forestry professional. If we are transferred the dislocation, fear of dislocation, our colleagues, when they are transferred, there is, so like you are thinking of a species, when they are translocating, where they are bringing back to an area where they have been there, but they have lost. The things are not suitable for them. So it is a successional stages, so many evolutional issues. Only thing is we make, how we make the best combination working together to bring the changes at the earliest and allow nature to work itself in a quicker time frame. And nature, if we work 1%, nature brings 99% from its end. So the kind is how we reach out to society, how we bring the people working together for a common objective. This is just my understanding, and I am very happy to see the young researchers, because any sector which attracts the youth, which attracts the bright young mind, we can do it. And with the guidance of very senior, our mentors in the field, Dr. Bala Subramaniam and Dr. So many illustrious, distinguished experts are here. I only think our forest officers should be more and more involved, and they should be also advised how best we can work under the not only MISTI mission but carry it forward, because mission or our actions are limited to a given time frame, but how the society adopts it for a longer duration so that we are able to reach what we want. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, every one of you. At the outset, I should congratulate and compliment NCCR team, Dr. Ramanamurthy and Dr. Panda, Dr. Usha, and the whole team for organizing this wonderful Mangrove Convention for the first time for the country. And that's a great compliments to the team, to the NCCR, for the human service which you have taken up. Why I am telling this, last 1.5 days we have been discussing about the mangroves of various aspects. Earlier what happened, normally the important meetings in the name of seminar or symposia or workshop or training program on mangroves is being organized by Dr. Untavale of NIO, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. He used to do that. And of course, there are a lot of academic institutions, other national institutions, they also take part and organize. But a national convention on mangroves is being made only by NCCR. Let us give a big hand to NCCR for doing this wonderful job. And especially Dr. Panda, he compiled the whole lot. Because NCCR in the last 25 years, as they given a video where they didn't give in detail about the ecosystem study of the Chilka Lake, as well as the sensitive ecosystems study made by ICMAM PD and NCCR, and that is the beginning point for this kind of activities. Today, as our Dr. Subhash said, we have a lot of youngsters, and all the experts, they made excellent presentation. No doubt, always my colleague Professor Kathiresan used to steal the show by making his scintillating speech. Wherever he goes, he will do that. Because he respire and perspire on mangrove. And he always say he respire and perspire only on mangrove. That is his slogan. And which he is doing even after retirement, and because we may not be able to isolate ourselves from this kind of services. And that way, see, whatever known to us is very little. Whatever youngsters can make it, can accomplish, is a lot more. And that way, today, one important aspect I would like to highlight for this forum is that we wanted to develop quality mangrove. Okay, fine, natural mangrove systems, and the estimate that have been given from 5,000 to what is the present status and how it is being increased in the last 2 decades, that's a different issue. But for which almost everybody is involved. The academic institution, the forestry, every national institutions, all are involved. But for the first time for the country, we can produce the mangrove that is being demonstrated by CIS marine biology 2 decades before. And it is not, I am not exaggerating, you can go and witness yourself the luxuriant growth of mangrove on the banks of Vellar estuary, where 2 decades before not even a single mangrove in that area. That was demonstrated by Dr. Kadiresan and his team, my young team, as he mentioned, our students, they took active participation, they made it. And we could be able to make about 49 species in that area. In a small stretch, but 49 species have been produced. Fine. Today, Professor Kadiresan as well as our Gujarat friend Divakar, he also mentioned about quality mangrove. How we can say quality mangrove? Why we should say quality mangrove? Because the great concern is that there are few species which they plant and they grow on its own and they claim that it is being made and the green cover has been enhanced. That is one thing. But my sincere suggestions and advice to the young minds is to look for hardy species which are missing in our country now. Professor Kadiresan has shown one, the Sundari tree with the Aishwarya Rai. Probably it is time for Kadiresan to change the Aishwarya Rai to the new actress. Yeah. No, I will come to the important point. Because what I am interested is that I don't want to give stories. I wanted to give only points. And that kind of the endangered trees, vulnerable species, how much effort we are making to replenish. Not even a single work. We started something in Pichavaram, but we couldn't succeed much because it is not myself and Kadiresan. So we need to do, that is the job of the youngsters, to look into the number of hardy species, true mangroves, which were available in Indian waters, which are missing now, which are endangered and vulnerable, that you need to augment using biotechnological tools. Don't go for conventional thing. You should go for, because nowadays the many youngsters are very good in biotechnology and molecular biology. Unless otherwise those tools have been used to develop that kind of species, it is difficult. I don't advise that you should go for a GM crop. Instead, gene editing is the order of the day to go for developing a good, sturdy plant. So that is one important point I would like to say. I'm not going to speak more. I will give 2 more points. That's all, because I wanted to motivate the youngsters. Number 1 is to look for the plants, the mangrove vegetation, which is very hardy, using the gene editing technology, biotechnological tools. That is number 1. Number 2 is that the bioinvasive species. we bother about the invasive species in Indian waters, Indian coastal waters, and my good friend Vijay will agree with me, the Mitylus species, which is an exotic species in Cochin backwater, now it is proliferating like anything. Very recently, one of my another colleague, Dr. Ajit Kumar, he reported to me that he has shared a photo also. Such an exotic species is present in the Pichavaram mangrove. See, the Cochin backwater can be the reason for getting, because of the vessel movement, there is a possibility through the tankers. But how it has come to Pichavaram? Please, always you look for invasive species, which is much more important in conserving our mangrove environment. This, because another way, we should not find a way to remove prosopis, because that is another menace. Same thing should not happen in terms of animals. That is the second important message. The third and last important message is this. We always bother about the biochemical importance. We monitor. There are a lot of papers on heavy metals, lot of papers on pesticides in mangrove environment. But the number of papers on the recent chemicals which is being used industrially as well as other activities which are reaching the mangrove environment, we fail to monitor that kind of organic chemicals that is being present in the environment, that we should bother much. So these three important messages I wish to share. I take this opportunity to thank the program coordinator as well as the participants for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balasubramanian. It's very good to hear advice from sir. I just want to make one small suggestion that this conclave was jointly organized with C4 ICRAF and NCCR, and of course I work very closely with Dr. Panda. But it's a collective action and everyone came together with your blessings to have everyone. So I really want to thank you for all the blessings and good words that you have put in for the conclave. And if I can ask Preet Hamujoli to kindly be brief, because I have thought of some questions to ask you in this, and other panel members also need to provide some input. So I know you have tough time, but let's try to keep in the time. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Instead of getting into my experience and other things, as I said, I have been working as a trainer, practitioner, teacher, researcher. Let me get into the point directly. As Professor Balasubramanian told, it is also my concern. Repeatedly in this hall, we have been hearing, even yesterday in the inauguration, it was 40% open mangroves. And Professor Kathiresan and Divakaran, they mentioned about the quality of, see, in some of the charts we talk about now how the mangrove area has increased. But the concern is about the quality of the mangroves. Okay. So now, as an anthropologist, have been working closely with the communities, coastal communities, mangroves dependent communities. I just bothered about how one of these human factors, anthropogenic factors, is scientifically incorporated into your understanding. And we heard a lot about biological parameters, physical parameters, etc. But this is again, not only in this forum, I could really witness in a very larger generic sense also, a kind of neglected area. So nowadays everywhere we talk about interdisciplinary approach. In the context of mangrove plantation, restoration or rehabilitation, are we sincerely taking care of this interdisciplinary approach? This is one area responding to the conference theme, science. Science is not just biological and physical science. When you talk about mangrove conservation and management. So there is a lot of like social science disciplines, perspectives in terms of concepts, methods. Are we really not taking seriously care of those areas?
When we talk about concepts, we talk about community engagement. What we know about community? Community is not a homogeneous group. Community has its own scientific understanding and scientific principles and scientific way of listening them and understanding them. Second, more of a methodology. There are conventional survey, to certain extent you are familiar with it. There are participatory methodology, which is more important when you talk about multi-stakeholder approach in mangrove conservation and other things. Well-defined, standardized, participatory methods. So these things are not really very well incorporated into the understanding of the problems when you talk about mangrove conservation methods. Second part is your management. How well you are really taking care of the community into the process of management. So in those two areas, unless we really take the expertise of social science, experts of social science are brought into it, then it will not be a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach. Unless that part is taken care, again, the gap will sustain. And this 40%, let me conclude with this science part, practice part, if Rupesh gives me another opportunity, I will come to that point. See this 40%. And yesterday Professor Jnanam talked about there's GIS, how effectively the GIS tool could be used. Now data can be shown at the revenue village level. So you have all the data related to biological and physical village level. But there is a data available on socioeconomic aspect also. Are there layers in your GIS tool related to socioeconomic data? If available, you take it or you generate. Then only you can have a very comprehensive understanding about the local condition, to understand the problem, to plan more effectively. So if you go like that, this 40%, if you look at that, 40% open degraded mangrove, if you put a layer of socioeconomic condition, there will be so much of vulnerable communities which are directly depending on the mangroves, I assume, and could be also true. And they are traditionally believe that they have a traditional right to go over their mangroves, and historically thousands of years they are using mangroves. So unless you really take care of that part, a clarity and understanding about that part, this 40% will sustain in the future also. With this, I'll stop. The gap area in science, incorporation of scientific, social science perspective is very important. I'll stop here. If there is another round, I will talk about the participation dimension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, with this panel, the real idea that I had thought about is would be useful is also to align this with the theme of the whole conclave, which is science or knowledge, practice and policy. And if we really translate these words into more layman kind of language, or the way I was thinking is, basically one thing which comes to practice is, or policy is, translating intention into action. You can think about it, the policies are designed to have an intention to action. So that's a paradigm we can think about policy. Similarly, when you talk about practice, the paradigm you can think about is business as usual to the modern way. How do you translate with the contextual which has changed? So from business as usual to our current thing, that is where maybe knowledge and research can fill the gap. And the third one, I guess, is about the knowledge and practice, and then the knowledge, practice and policy. And the third one in this angle was about the quality and integrity of that work, so it has long-lasting impact, the sustainability. So with that sort of framing in mind, if I may ask Professor Vijayananda, from the knowledge perspective, how do we translate things from business as usual to what is need of the hour? Can you just reflect very briefly on that one? Thank you.
You can have. Nice. Thank you. Dr. Rupesh, I think this particular session is focusing largely on mangrove adaptation, biodiversity and human well-being. That's the focus areas, I think so. So the first part, as you highlighted, was focused on the panel's strength, what in the area of mangrove research and mangrove conservation, and how best you are part of the social system. Now, the second part is the specific areas, what are the challenges or the perspective you find in the mangroves, especially under this theme. I have just focused on the challenges and under 4 areas, very important areas of four focal areas of challenges. First, I would just, because we have large, the first I will focus it is on degradation and habitat loss. That would be the first focus under the larger area, under the big theme of adaptation, biodiversity and human well-being. We are looking at, I was just finished attending the Abu Dhabi Mangrove Initiative, just reached yesterday after attending a week's meeting at Abu Dhabi. We had scientists and social scientists and technical staff from over 80 to 85 countries attending this Abu Dhabi international meeting. So they are also the same theme, and so I'm glad that this Indian conclave is also being held simultaneously subsequent to that meeting, and so glad that many of them I see here also. So they are also what was tapered down, what was just finalized and concentrated was on these major themes, which I will just refocus here. It is because we have over 8 lakh hectares to be restored, that is as per the most recent statistics, and India has also need to restore 8 lakh hectares of mangroves which have to be restored. Otherwise, we are going to have, as highlighted by the speakers, the invasives are going to come, we are going to have single species. Do you need really a Avicennia marinae? Do you want other multi-species? Do you want other restoration techniques to be in place? So what do you need? So the first issue is degradation and habitat loss. And one of the key challenges is large-scale degradation of mangroves due to urbanization. Yes, aquaculture, coastal development. This is a very major, the first theme. And under many regions of mangroves, undervalued or sacrificed for short-term economic gains. This is a million. And I was just looking at the 1 lakh hectare of global mangroves, you look into converted aquaculture prawns, especially in Southeast Asia, and are restorable. It would lead to 84 million tons of carbon dioxide which is going to be trapped. 638 million USD, you're going to get benefits and value addition to it for over a year. This is from the very recent statistics. The second challenge which I would focus is climate change impact. Yes, definitely it's very, very important because climate variability, we know how much is going to blue carbon and the partial CO2 which is going to get finally trapped, and you're going to have the carbon trading, carbon carbon maneuverability, carbon balancing in the environment and also in the whole hydrosphere. So the point of climate change impact is largely climate variability, rising salinity levels. Yes, salinity tolerance is a major issue which has been well discussed in this as well as in the international forum. So we need to really focus on climate change impact as the second challenge and pose significant threat to mangrove health and resilience. Definitely one of the best example is we have looked into the mangroves of the basin mangroves of Maldives, where we could see the large-scale die-off in many of the islands of Kudufishi, Kaila, and so many islands where the most wonderful and the brilliant and the most life-sustaining Brugueria cylindrica was dying off in huge patches and getting denuded. So this is due to the climatic change and the dry spells and changes in salinity tolerance. The third very big challenge we are focusing is the lack of community participation, community engagement, community participation. Because another challenge is insufficient and involvement of local community in mangrove conservation or reforestation or planting, and without understanding the economic and cultural vibrancy, cultural values of the local community, restoration is happening. We need to involve. So if you look at Vietnam, if you look at Philippines, we are seeing what Primavera, the globally, she is about 80 years, I could see her in the global mangrove. Yes, I know, I think Kadireshan sir, how well at 80 years she is attending the conference and delivering the meeting at Abu Dhabi conference, and she's saying how much of, and we could see the wonderful Sundarbans mangrove restoration happening with the Green Brigade. Yes, wonderful, excellent. So this kind of lack of community engagement mixing with the local traditions and community engagement is very, very important. And the fourth challenge I will focus is knowledge gaps in mangrove restoration. What is that big gap? Do we have science-based restoration? I don't know we have. We have to be more science-oriented restoration. We have our scientists to be in the field focusing. We need to be, as one of the best examples I was seeing with Primavera, she still works in the field. And we need to have scientific knowledge for mangrove restoration. For example, the species-specific adaptation strategies are missing, especially with salinity, the biophysical conditions. These are the core areas which I would focus. Thank you. I will come later with my ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Without taking more time, may I ask Ms. Anuja to also reflect upon very briefly some of the challenges or some of the things from your perspective, what you see, what's missing and what will be needed. Thank you.
Okay, so it's both what is missing and what will be needed. I don't think I'll be presenting something you haven't heard before in last 1.5 days, but two things which we really see everywhere, no matter which part of the world we are working in, is the lack of or the need for integration. We heard about the need for conservation, we heard about the need for developing tourism, but are we ensuring the departments of tourism and Department of Environment are talking to each other? Or the fisheries sector is not conflicting with the tourism requirement? So I think both the vertical and horizontal collaboration is very, very important in this sector. For example, when we were working in Indonesia, 20 departments are responsible for different aspects of mangrove management. So how we bring all of them together. So integration is very, very critical in these kind of ecosystem because there are lots of players involved, there are lots of ecosystem services, there are many different kind of beneficiaries, there are different managers involved, so how do we bring together? Just adding on to the integration, a lot of my co-panelists spoke about knowledge. I think we have no dearth of knowledge, especially in India. We have so many institutes, so many research papers, scientists, we have a lot of knowledge. But what we are losing is traditional knowledge. So I think some collaboration is also required, how we translate, as Subhash sir was also mentioning, how we translate this knowledge with the scientists to the actual communities, how we communicate to them so that they actually implement all the research methodologies. Because, you know, in these conferences we can go on and on talking about methodologies and numbers and ideas, but is it reaching out to the communities? So from the national, state level to the village to the communities, how the vertical collaboration is happening is very important. So one aspect was the integration and collaboration, and the second part, I think, which is very critical and it's very, very impactful, is the economics of it. You know, inherently we all are very selfish beings. As long as I'm not getting a livelihood out of something or some grants or some benefit, I would not really kind of prioritize it. I might just do some social service over the weekend, but I will not prioritize it. So understanding the economics of it is very important. For example, we have a very rough number in India that blue economy contributes 4% to the national GDP, but still it's not a very robust number. It's much, much more. So these economics is very important, and Mangroves project, we often come up with, you know, ideas and plans that women will be employed, but for how long? 10 years, 5 years? After that, what? Is it a long-term sustainable livelihood which they can depend on, which their family can count on? For example, we did a study in Myanmar where we did a market access study and tried to understand what is the potential project and what is the supply-demand analysis. So for example, the mangrove there, Nipa mangrove has a sap, and there are products like sugarcane, medicines. At a particular stage, the mangrove can be converted into thatch. So all those non-timber products were mapped, and then the supply chain was worked on accordingly, and a long-term livelihood plan was developed for people. So they were able to accept it. It's a sustainable model. And again, the economics has to go with the sustainability aspect. So whether it's tourism or it's the exploitation of the mangrove products, it has to be carrying capacity based. So I think these two things are very, very common and very much applicable to Indian context also. The economics versus sustainability of mangrove management and the very much required integration and collaboration. Even till date, we struggle for data despite having 10 or 15 institutes in India working on blue sectors, but we don't have a data sharing policy in place. So, there's a lot of collaboration and convergence required, and people need livelihood. Rest, everything is secondary. So I think that should be the focus.
Thank you, ma'am. Very nicely put and summarized quickly. So if I can just go to P. Thanamajoli once, because I think I want to connect these threads that Professor Vijay sir and Anuja madam mentioned about the economics and the ecological side of it. And that's the third pillar is the social side when we talk about the sustainability. So if you could quickly reflect on that. And then my plan is to have one or two comments from two respected panel members and then open the house for questions from, because it's meant to be interactive. So let's try to do that.
Thank you, Rupesh. Actually, instead of repeating some of the points already mentioned here, I'll just go straight to one aspect. It is about community considered as a main stakeholder. Yes. How we are really understanding as a main stakeholder their roles, responsibilities, the kind of expectations of their participation and what they get out of it in an intervention program or in a collaborative program. So when we talk about participation, it's just we use it as a word. In social science, Armstein, a social scientist who worked with much of experience, defined participation as a ladder to start with, the lowest to the upper through 8 rungs, 8 different layers. The lowest one is manipulation. Then if you go further, next level informing the community, the next level is providing some platform for consultation, then devolving of power, then to some extent you help to have a control over the over the resources, control over the management. In this, where we really keep the community as a main stakeholder or provide platform or provide opportunity to participate. In most of the cases, I witnessed at the manipulation level. You just not tell them you are one of the partner. You can be part of this. Or we may go to some extent, we inform that you are a main stakeholder and these are some of the activities we like to collaborate with you, or this could be your contribution, etc. Or this is the group we formed and we are supporting, and etc. etc. But are we genuinely think they have a stake and they have right to participate in the planning process or in the management process? So it really requires a kind of mindset, basically a mindset for the researchers, mindset for the managers, mindset for the practitioners, and mindset for the other stakeholders in that. So we need to really review our understanding or the way we practice what we mean by participation. Otherwise, we continue talking about community engagement, yes, very important. But are we critically looking into it? Are we really providing some alternative livelihood to support your program? Are we really taking them into the conservation efforts also? Most of the cases, it's at the fringe. Not really taking them into the conservation activity. Just one example, we have been discussing about this fishbone model for mangrove regeneration. And when we worked in a community, Dr. Selvam was leading the team. For the causes of degradation, the community provided the information. Why the particular area was degraded. It was 10, 20 years, 30 years before it was lush green mangrove, but now it is degraded. From there, he picked up the point to really develop the model. So community knowledge, you start with community knowledge. You allow them to equally participate in terms of activities, in terms of decision making, etc., etc. Unless we really review and redefine our participation concept, participation level in the process and benefit sharing level, this community participation will not be a genuine participation. Only that will lead to win-win framework. Are we really working with a win-win framework, or it's a winning is one side and the other side is not feeling that kind of winning or benefiting kind of thing? So we need to revisit, we need to review the concept of participation, practice of participation to really improve this, improve the practice of participation. I think I stop here.
Thank you, sir. So very briefly, I would like to ask Professor S.T. Balasubramanian about two sort of hidden pillars of this sustainability. We talked about economic, social, and ecological, but institution and governance is very, very important. Without those two things, it doesn't work, even if you have the trinity of that. So, sir, very briefly, from your perspective, institutionally, can you share, and very briefly, sir, please. Thank you.
No, the institution in the sense, there are a lot of academic institutions. The networking of academic institutions with the national institutions on the respective ministry would be a greater role. That will give a lot of answers to many of the questions raised here. That is one thing. The second important thing I would like to add on that, the health of the coastal community in the wake of climate change, because the climate change is going to affect the health of the coastal community itself, especially the respiratory diseases is going to be more. That we need to evaluate. That is what I am nowadays promoting my institutions rather. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I come last to Sir Subhash Chandra, and from his perspective, from a manager and from being in the government and looking after governance, donning different roles, and now he's a CEO of National Campa and MISTI program. He mentioned a lot of things. So, sir, very briefly, what do you think? Does there some gap from the way we see governance and how it's executed, and can there be some improvement somewhere that can be made?
As you already mentioned, that government's priority is clear. We have to restore, conserve, and rehabilitate wherever mangrove forests are possible. We are providing financial support as well as the forest departments in the coastal states are working. The program is for 5 years, and we expect 500 square kilometer of area to be brought under restoration, rehabilitation, and conservation of mangrove forest, so that they are able to provide their ecological, social, and environmental functions. I think the state forest department need the support of these institutions, NCCR and all those great institutions working in this area. How we have a model for restoration of a particular site. So we have to go for a site-specific models, where I think after this workshop we can have some good models prepared in a summary how to go about implementation. But government only can't do. So we have to bring society into the focus, like so many esteemed panelists have mentioned. This knowledge has to be translated into action, bringing society as a stakeholder. But going by the rapid force of globalization, the aspirations of the communities are at individual level and community level, they are rising very high. There is equality of, you can say, achieving those living standards which are possible in a given situation. So we have to see that the coastal belts which are heavily populated, in fact not only Indian coastal belt, coastal areas of the world, they are heavily populated. So land use uh, change which is happening because of various economic regions, that needs to be balanced, so that and this can only be balanced if we say that if you are protecting, conserving the coastal ecosystem, mangroves, etc., your life will be better. So economics is the one thing which drives our ambition, which drives our aspirations, and how the science and knowledge helps in that people see that conservation will be, conservation efforts will be giving them more value in return, their sustainability, in fact, in the forest land, forest areas in the countries, I have great examples, because if we see, there are forest conservation that has helped communities, local communities, in improving their land productivity, in improving their soil moisture, soil water regime, and they are getting many crops, 2-3 crops. Earlier they were having only rain-fed agriculture. Like for example, Para and Nandurbar districts in Maharashtra, they have done wonderful work, the tribal communities. It took 2 decades. Now there is no migration from there, only if they want to have some greater skills in, then only the young population leaves this. So in the coastal belts, we have to see how we make economic transition more smooth, more acceptable to the society in given that situation. And I think when World Bank is there, we have so a great galaxy of experts here. So how we make solutions, we provide good working models at the grassroots level. This is because forest departments are working, but I don't think they have so much good connect with your organization. So if I would request at the end of the workshop, we can share the contact details of our speakers and the experts who can, wherever they are working, they can connect with the forest departments of the coastal districts, and they can come together and we will achieve whatever. Because if we see the 5-year time frame, maybe the government will continue with this scheme as much as possible. Only thing is we have to get it socially integrated in their programs at the community level, at the coastal community level.
Thank you, sir. So I know a lot of people may have a lot of questions and opportunity to ask the question to the esteemed panel. So I have given some time, extra time, to make this happen and make this session interactive. So if there are questions from early career researchers, practitioners, members, please don't be shy. What I would request is be very brief in your questions, so the answer could be brief as well. Otherwise, we are talking about win-win situation and it will be lose-lose situation. So please be very brief in your questions, so the answers could be brief. And if you can identify whom you are asking your question, that would also help us. Thank you. If there is no microphone, I would say stand up and speak loudly.
So if it's a fast regenerating species and if it's protected in that way, why do we need to, in terms of, I'm purely talking in terms of economics. If it's a fast regenerating species and we are providing protection to it, then why we need like a restoration efforts and everything? Does it also need some sort of cost, like involvement of energy, involvement of the money? Can we not do a cost benefit analysis, like which way is the more wins situation? That's my question.
This is a very valid and interesting question, because as I mentioned in the just previous, just now, like coastal belts are very, very highly densely populated. The land pressure on land is very high. So alternative choices of having that land as a residential as for other competitive uses is very high. And the kind of degradation, if the opportunity is given for the nature, that will restore itself, maybe for a longer duration. I think this was also mentioned, drivers of degradation have to be addressed. And if we are able to address those factors of degradation, those causes, then nature will do its job. The problem is when you have land scarcity, people try to block these creeks so that the ingress of tidal water is not there. They expand their land so that they can have more agriculture field. So we have to see a good model, economic model, so that people, without disturbing the natural mangrove zone, they can have alternative livelihoods, so, and which are equally rewarding. So that is a challenge before us, how we make that happen.
Thank you, sir.
To put your questions, you asked a question about cost-benefit analysis. In simple words, yes, there have been many studies and successful programs of the World Bank globally where we have tried to assess cost versus benefits, the cost of conservation management, giving grants or financing institutes versus the benefits, quantifying ecosystem services, livelihoods. So that analysis has been done, and everything points out to the fact that yes, you can allow exploitation of mangroves to some extent only because what the point you mentioned, they can regenerate. For example, a project in Ghana had a replantation scheme wherein the people were allowed to take in the mangrove outputs and the mangrove products provided they do some replantation, and there was cash to work incentives to the people. So the fact that it can regenerate, that is the idea behind using it for economic purposes. So the cost benefit analysis exists. Similarly, the other part of it is that there's a lot of cost involved in doing something actively, but also there's a lot of cost which you are saving. For example, a healthy mangrove of around 100 meter would reduce the speed of storm surges by 92%. So a study says that you are annually saving around 1.5 billion of the rehabilitation or damage costs due to cyclones surges in Bangladesh. You are annually saving 1 billion in Indonesia because it's 65% of the population is vulnerable. So the economics is not just the active but also the damage avoidance cost, which is being considered. Of course. That's why in my 2 summary points I've talked about the economics of it, the long-term sustainable economics of it. And yes, the whole projects which we develop or which we're trying to endorse is based on integrated landscape approach. So it's not just about having a nursery or having some jobs or having a boardwalk, but it's from the nursery to seedling to conservation to actual enforcement, monitoring and management. So the whole cycle has to be completed. Then only you can ensure sustainability. Thank you.
And just I add one thing. One more challenge is that most of the lands are not with the government. So these are private land holdings. You can't compel them to work on restoration unless you give good successful models how they can benefit from that, from conservation and restoration.
Just one more point. For example, what Sir mentioned, in major of these crisis areas, the conversion of mangrove land is a huge issue for aquaculture, for shrimp, for more profitable business. So again, the economics behind it. For example, Indonesia was losing 13,000 hectares per year, and 50% was only because of conversion by people. It wasn't climate change impact. Exactly. So that's something we really have to factor in while we do some long-term planning. That why people are doing it despite knowing all the benefits and everything.
Yeah, that's a very good point. If I may add, it's just actually the drivers which are not proximal, they are distant drivers which are driving. So maybe market forces also. Shrimp is sold much more expensively in European and American markets, so trees are cut here to supply for those markets. But are there more questions? Yes, Dr. Panda and then Dr. Dharmendra Shah. Please be brief.
louder.
Yeah, I think it's audible. If we see the blue carbon market is worldwide, it is a growing market and many people are interested in this. A lot of business houses and industries are wants to purchase the carbon credits and want to implement. In India so far, we don't think that strategy is there or that means government support is there to support this. So if we are adapting this global market or this carbon crediting in the future, what should be our strategy for Indian context? And when this kind of business comes to India, how we see the adaptation of the local people or the foresters or whatever the adaptation, how we see the adaptation and like both in terms of implementation of this strategy and adaptation of the life.
Quickly paraphrase, Dr. Panda asked if India has to develop its own plans for carbon crediting and carbon offsetting those markets, and how can India as a country institutionalize it, what could be the policy solutions for that. So he didn't identify anyone, but any takers? Yeah, Professor, please.
That's very interesting, because now tomorrow I think along with the global community, India is also marching to carbon crediting, carbon resourcing, and then also carbon footprinting. So you have a system, I think in another 2 or 3 decades, I think MISTI program and the greening also initiative is also going in that direction. I think what I would say, the local self-governments have to be, see now you can have, I think in the state of Kerala we have at least 5 to 6 local self-government. I would say the panchayat, the municipalities which are fully carbon neutral. So tomorrow in this carbon neutral monitoring and carbon crediting, which has already been calibrated and done, I'm not naming the districts, their mangrove was also being taken as a factor or as an indicator for how much of crediting goes. But the chart in which science-based restoration, the science-based quantification, the science-based, yes, it is already there. How much of GWP, how much of methane, how much of carbon dioxide, PCO2 is emanated, and that will be calibrated, and you need to develop a benchmark, and this has to go down to the local self-governance. Now, let me tell, I was part of the local self-governance calibration or modulating to the carbon crediting system, where we got a net, the carbon neutral panchayats or a municipality in those areas. It is now catching up all over India. And we were declared as the first one, probably the first in India to be fully carbon neutral local self-government institution. So tomorrow when we are doing, it should come, the carbon crediting, and this is going to be marked, and this is going to get your points, and it is going to be linked to your energy and how best you are going to have. That is also very important. And think we should, this conclave should also propose that as a recommendation in future aspects of its management.
Yeah, I think that was a very relevant question, Dr. Panda, and a lot is being experimented at the moment, but as Dr. Bijoy also mentioned, we have to have a very clear system in place so that all the players get involved and the benefits are achieved. This morning we had a wonderful presentation from Jagdish. So like for example, Gulf of Mannar is already doing a lot with EDCs. Similarly, many projects world over give money or incentives in terms of reducing carbon footprint of a particular activity. We at the bank are trying to develop a project where fishermen would be given performance grants. For example, if in your activity you reduce your carbon footprint, you get a grant. So a lot of this incentivization and activities are happening, but it's not very streamlined at the moment. It's not very structured at the moment. But again, there's a silver lining here. Blue economy policy of Ministry of Earth Sciences talks about blue financing instruments. And right now, now I'm personally working very actively with the Ministry of Earth Sciences and MOSPI to develop blue finance instruments. And we have given various options which are contextualized for India by learning from these global expertise. So hopefully we'll have some very clear-cut next steps by early next year, endorsed by the ministry itself, on what are the good instruments, because bonds versus grants versus incentives, a lot of things changes. So what are the good instruments for blue finance? Who are the players? What are the pros and cons? What are the requirements? All these would be clearly spelled out, I think, in next 6 months, at least in a book, in a report, and then it's on us how to take it forward. Policy, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll just allow one more question, but I just want to, while you get the microphone, I just want to highlight what Anuja ma'am said, is that, you have to learn by making mistakes, but wise people actually learn from others' mistakes. So we should take the example from others' countries and not repeat the same by doing the mistake here again and learning, and be a little bit cognizant. Indians by far across the world are very smart, intelligent people. You all know how many CEOs of multinational companies are Indian. So I think we can also wear that badge of honor that we are intelligent people. We don't have to make all mistakes to learn, and just learn from others' mistake and be smart about it. So I'll quickly just be very quick on your question, and then let's respond.
Do we have systems where we have democratization of evaluation of projects, achievements, where basically the community says that the project is successful or not, in addition to third parties, because third parties have become very vague, we know what evaluation has been done. And then to Anuja and Tanimoziji, if such, you can say, systems are in place in other parts of the world.
This is quite interesting, because in the current context, being a forester, I think most of the time I hear about monitoring, third-party monitoring, evaluation, reporting, verification. The problem is, first allow foresters or the people to do their work. In the name of monitoring and evaluation, we make the thing so complex that it becomes very difficult to implement. Especially how you will monitor. The work has not yet started, and we say what is the program for monitoring. And in nature, nothing comes with the definite time frame. We work very hard in the field, but things may not come out as per our liking, because it is open, it is not like a closed environment. That's why the monitoring is gradual from the baseline data, how we start it. And community is a major stakeholder wherever we start working. And especially mangrove, because this is mangrove MISTI program, mangrove initiative that has come from the Honorable Prime Minister's idea, because he is very keen on that. So community involvement is the first, I think, one of the foremost requirement of implementation. But we have to be very fair, transparent, and equitable, where we want to get gradually come to the benefit stage. And like carbon credits and carbon trading was also mentioned. So when these are complex processes. Right now we cannot have very strict guidelines or very strict system which somehow at the later stage we feel that it is. So this whole system is evolving. The ground reality, because we leave it to the state, how they implement this program, how they involve various stakeholders, including the more important communities, how they involve other departments, how they implement depending on the site-specific locations. Because so our guiding framework for implementation of MISTI program is very simple, very, you can say, states can experiment with that. States can bring their own traditional knowledge and convergence with the best scientific inputs. And community capacity building is one of the areas which we also focus. Creating awareness and involving especially the youth, if they are connected with this, I don't think we will have to worry much, because this is a very, I think in the urban areas, in the cities, we forget how to plant a sapling, how to raise a sapling, how to take it forward. So this will be a very exciting thing when we involve youth in taking it forward. And this, we think our community, with the support from all of us, we are able to make this connect very strong.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting question. Actually, you know, when you say stakeholder partnership collaboration, you design the evaluation method, consulting them, and you hire an agency which can really, you know, facilitate designing the evaluation method, so that, you know, they can all participate in that. They are not in a position to respond, but they are all in a position to really, you know, review themselves and also, you know, pose the question in such a way, are we all getting benefit out of it? So designing process, not only the evaluation, as sir said, it should start from your own monitoring system itself. I think there are here and there, you know, efforts to attempt that. As you said, democratization of evaluation. Otherwise, you know, expert-driven evaluation takes place. And you know, we also witnessed how, you know, the kind of, you know, we are getting information which is close to the fact which has happened. Anuja can really think of designing an evaluation process where you funded the project with equal participation of all the stakeholders, so that it can ensure the democratization of evaluation method. So design is more important, how everybody is allowed to contribute and also play a role in that.
No, I think it's a very, very valid question, and it's a very crucial part. So often we get blamed for spending too many months in project preparation, but that's what Dr. Thomasoli just highlighted, because we want to account for the impact which we are creating. So the monitoring and evaluation, contours, protocol, systems, whatever you call it, has to be absolutely spot on, whether it's establishment of a very, very general grievance redressal, that anybody from the community at any point, if feels that their rights are being violated or they are not enough a part of the process, they can go and reach out to the government and file a grievance. So from establishing GRM systems to having very clear KPIs. For example, when you design a project, you have 1 year target, you have 2 year target, you have 3 year target, and especially map all the beneficiaries, that the communities should have grants worth so and so, there should have been an impact mitigation. We also do gender and greenhouse gas targets for 3 to 5 years in a project, so that we can map the impact very clearly. And if we don't do that, we really, I think in a lot of projects which, although Rupesh said that we can learn from others' mistakes, I think we have made our fair share of mistakes already. And a lot of projects happen and they do good, but then the systems are not in place. There's no exit plan. The project is over, everything is over. So I think the monitoring systems have to be mainstreamed in the institutes, so that whether World Bank or JICA or in Tata's, anybody, we are here for a particular period of time, but then the systems are in place to continue the constant enforcement and monitoring in a sustainable manner. Whether it's through establishing blue carded professionals, which have been done very successfully in Tamil Nadu already, or through have a very clear KPI that you have to fulfill this requirement, then only your grants would be kind of, refurbished. So having those very clearly designed systems in place, I feel is very, very important for long-term sustainability of any project. Otherwise, a project can look good, have 5 to 6 years of benefits and then just vanish. So we have to kind of ensure long-term systems in place. And that we definitely try to do in all our projects. And you can just Google any project. We have an implementation completion report, which clearly spells out what went right and what went wrong also, so that we can learn from our mistakes. So yes, I think the M&E systems have to be designed as the initial part of the project preparation itself. And there has to be a very, very clear exit plan for any project. Otherwise, things would just kind of, dissolve with time. Thank you.
So I know there are questions, and I know Vikram, you are interested, but I also saw 1:30 and we have already surpassed, and food has been served more than half an hour ago. So I will really request our panel to just say 1 or 2 sentence last minute closing things, the nugget that everyone should take away from this discussion as well as the rest of the thing. So just bring, and I know you can do it, summarizes, that's what you are here and not there. So just summarize it very quickly, and then give us or leave us all on a sort of inspiring note. So I'll start in this row so that the mic reaches there and I don't have to speak again.
I think we've summarized many things many times, so I'll leave it to my co-panelists to do that. But I just want to thank NCCR for having me here. I've been working in this sector for 15 years, so I see many familiar faces. Dr. B.C. Chaudhary, he's been a mentor and a guide for years. Dr. Selvam, I think I have reached out to Mr. Nahar also for ecotourism projects many a times, Dr. Selvam. So it's a very close-knit community. We are a couple of institutes, a couple of experts working together. And it's not an easy and fast process. So we have to go on and continue working and scaling up our efforts. So thank you so much for having me here and making me a part of this entire initiative. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm so happy and overwhelmed to be part of the Indian Mangrove Conclave. Great that Dr. Rupesh, Dr. Panda, and NCCR, NIOT, and the entire team of the Ministry of Earth Sciences joined together to make it a reality today. Because it has been a long time since that this collective has gathered, and we need this to build up the large community of mangrovers which are largely developing, and we need to strengthen that movement. It's a movement which I will say, the building up of the blue carbon, building up of science-based restoration, building up the science policy needs of the country. So finally, I thank all the organizers for greatly being my presence here in the very pressuring time. I'm so happy and glad to be amidst all the mangrovers and the marine scientists and the policy makers, especially from World Bank, my friend Subhash, who is from the MISTI, and all my learned panelists. Thank you for a great moment. But I will just sum up in just 4 points my takeaway and the recommendations under the broad theme: strengthen community engagement. That's my first point, which I will just take it from my broadly, because we need to look at the mangrove. We should also look for mangrove drone seeding also. That's something we have to go for. I was just looking that, so we don't have mangrove seeding in the local community, which India should practice in a large scale. So restoration based. Second point which I will see is enhanced policy and governance at all levels, local self-government, at the higher levels, and at the national level, which is happening in very fast under the present government of Indian programs. Then the third point which I will take from the takeaway is invest in research and monitoring. That's very important, because that's going to enhance your mangrove research and mangrove networking in the country. And the fourth biggest takeaway is incentivize restoration and through blue carbon initiatives. That's very important. And that's all, in all these 4 recommendations, it's all enshrined, whatever we have discussed for these 2 days. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Let me express my profound gratitude to Dr. Panda and the organization NCCR, C4, ICRAF, and NIOT, and all the distinguished speakers here. In fact, I was initially not very much prepared to come here because of my engagements during Parliament session, but I really would have missed a lot if I had not come here. My request to distinguished scientists and researchers is that kindly join hands and support government's program in restoration of mangrove. At the same time, reach out to communities and connect with, make it connection a long-lasting bond, so that we are able to not only develop our develop our mangrove ecosystems in the best possible system, state. At the same time, we are able to meet the challenges of climate change impacts and economic challenges which the communities faces during natural disasters which are happening with the very high frequency every year. We see a lot of storms are coming, and mangrove, if they are able to, we are able to make a good restoration efforts, we will certainly minimize some of these impacts of natural disaster on the coastal belt and good livelihoods to the livelihood security to the people in various ways, because multiple benefits are there, from carbon to products, various products and employment and so many things. Innovation, innovative ideas can come from our young participants. How we do it in the best possible manner. Thank you.
In fact, I thank NCCR for involving me for the last 2 decades with them, with the science program. Again and again, my only suggestions and request is that the young minds has to do a lot of new science, especially in terms of biodiversity as well as in restoring the lost species. And then finally, the additional and alternative livelihood options for the mangrove community, and including the health aspects. These are the message I would like to convey to. Thanks for involving me for this wonderful opportunity.
Grateful to the conference organizers and all the participants. For the last 1.5 days we are here and discussing. Just I'll say only one carry home message. I know whatever I spoke here as a to promote interdisciplinary approach and also make it more genuinely participatory. These are all not easy tasks. It's a challenge. But let us start introspect. What we are doing is something related to that, where we are now. So how it can be improvised further, one step further. So please introspect. My humble request is, please introspect and and find out where we are, where I am, where the others are. Then from there is a possibility to move one step forward. So with this, I close. Thank you very much.
Since I said I won't speak from there, so I'm keeping my word. I came here. Madam Anuja would like 30 seconds to introduce some projects. I'll let her give and then I'll close the session. I promise.
Am I audible? Yeah. No, in my gratitude journey, I forgot talking about the project, but just wanted to introduce the current World Bank lending project on coastal resilience and blue economy, which we are working on for all the coastal states. And the phase 1 includes Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and we are working very actively on nature-based solutions and coastal resilience and blue economies. All we've been discussing here would be takeaways for us to design the project, and probably we'll reach out to many organizations to take your inputs. I'm already working with my forester friends here in Tamil Nadu, NCCCR, NCSCM, and all these organizations. And the project is called SHORE. We've taken the acronym from Shoreline, but SHORE stands for Strengthening Coastal Resilience and Economy. So it will be lending for all the coastal states to increase the resilience and livelihood opportunities in the blue sector. Just wanted to introduce the project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This was very important and pertinent information. We would not have wanted to miss this information, so thank you. I take this opportunity to thank our panel and all of you here to patiently listening. If I can use again the metaphor, and I like using metaphors of mangroves, Mangroves is very hardy, very complex ecosystem. So we are not worried, and we are all mangrove enthusiasts about complexities of challenges that we all discussed. We are ready to take on, and we are also very patient people. Yesterday at 6:30 and 7, everyone was here. So when you talk about it takes time and patience, I think we all got that. So most of the ingredients, I would say, the essential elements are just there. The connectivity piece is a little bit missing element here. And I think conclaves like this and people like that do that job of connecting the right elements, and I think that's the success in itself. So I thank you very much, everyone, all the panel members, and I'll take an opportunity to Rukmani to take it forward from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that discussion. Now request the moderator, Dr. Rupesh, to felicitate our panelists. Mr. Subhash Chandras, IFS, CEO, National Authority, Campa. Dr. S.T. Balasubramanian, former VC, Chettinad University. Dr. Bijoy Nandan, Dean CUSAT and former VC, Kannur University. Ms. Anuja Shukla from the World Bank, New Delhi. And Dr. P. Tamirori, social anthropologist. Thank you very much. Post-lunch, we will be having the Idea Exchange and Reflections program, and there will be short talks, and the session will have a lot of involvement of the audience, wherein there's a lot of interactive discussions with the speakers that you can have. And yeah, so let's all get back after lunch by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome back to the session, and the next session is the Idea Exchange and Reflection session. So this session is the idea behind the session is to capture the bright and bold ideas for mangrove sustainability. It's an opportunity to share our perspective, exchange innovative ideas, and reflect the discussion we had so far. So I've been given this honorable and challenging task of moderating the session. Since we are running short of time, the organizers have asked me to be very strict with the time, so I request all the speakers to adhere to the time. So we thank all the speakers to agreeing to speak at this session. So the speakers for this session are Dr. Punslok Bahaduri, I hope I pronounced the name correctly. He's a professor at ICER, Kolkata, and he uses an integrated research approach that is contributing significantly to marine science and sustainability. Dr. Anirban Guha is a professor at ICER, Thiruvananthapuram. His research focuses on exploring how changing climates impact plant physiology with focus in sustainability in forests, wetlands, and agrosystems. Our next speaker is Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Scientist D at the Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He studies vegetation responses to disturbance with focus on mangrove ecosystem monitoring across India. Dr. P. Raghavan, Scientist at Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, specializes in mangrove and seagrass ecology with focus on conservation and blue carbon dynamics. Shri S. Senthil Kumar, IFS, 1998 batch, is the Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Gujarat. So I request all the speakers to come on stage. And Dr. Uma Shankar Panda, Scientist F from National Center for Coastal Research. Thank you, sir. And we proceed that we give each speaker 5 minutes time to speak. And since this is a highly interactive session, once the speakers have done, we keep the session open for the audience, the participants. If they want to ask a question or they want to give their ideas, we could go for that. So we could start with Professor Punslokia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sivadas. I think the first thing I want to highlight is that over the last 2 days of really exciting talks and discussion, one thing has become very, very clear. The science of mangroves needs to have a strong nexus with society and policy. Unless and until that happens, we will not be able to achieve the goals and the targets which Government of India or the state governments have, adhered to. So this is something which is going to be very, very critical. I want to highlight 2 or 3 important points very quickly. One of the things that has become very, very clear is that in India, when you look at the mangrove studies, you don't see long-term ecological time series data set. That is very, very important because such kind of data set will help you to delineate natural oscillations from the anthropogenic oscillations. So that's something which I think is lacking, and this kind of conclave provided this platform to actually think of or take it forward. Maybe in silo some things are happening, but it needs to be really strengthened. The second thing is we need to really gear up very well and understand the issues of the emerging pollutants that could create potentially a lot of problem for the mangroves and the sustainability of the mangroves. For example, potential toxic metals, PTM. You've got the issues of microplastics. Of course, you also have other 2 issues which we did not talk about that much is the antibiotic resistance genes and the antimicrobial resistance. That will actually some way compromise the blue food and the blue economy that we are talking about. And last but not the least, when we as scientists or when we train the next generation of scientists, we really need to start to talk the language or need to communicate our science very effectively with the policymakers or the managers who are making the transformations. We saw fantastic examples over the last 2 days. So this is something which is very, very important. So our science needs to be interdisciplinary, needs to connect with components. For example, how the findings of science can help us attain, contribute towards the biennial targets, NDCs, the National Action Plan for Climate Change that we have been talking about, even the new collective quantified goal for finance that has just come up, the loss and damage fund. So everywhere science should play a very, very critical role, joining hands in hands with the policymakers. So I think I'll wrap up here saying that these 3 things would be very, very important. And last but not the least, if you look at our course curriculum, how do we actually motivate young minds? You see that the motivation process needs to start at the school level. We have so many schools. If you look at the curriculum, how much we talk about the mangroves. Do we take the students to the mangroves for a walk, for a day visit? I think these are the small steps which will have enormous implications in the long run. So I'll stop here and our fellow panelists are going to highlight further. Thank you, Dr. Sivadas.
Hello, good afternoon. So it has been very wonderful to be here in all ways and means. And my background is basically I'm a tree physiologist, and I have been venturing last 5-6 years in climate change plant biology. So remember this phrase, climate change plant biology. So what does that mean? That means that when the climate is changing, or climate will down the line change in a new novel climate, how the plant biology will be affected. So I had been working on different kind of tree models. Different tree models, including India and Europe and United States, I have worked. When I came back 2 years ago at Isaac Thiruvananthapuram, and that was a crossroad for me because I was in dilemma what kind of system I should choose, and unambiguously I chose mangrove ecosystem because mangroves are a charismatic plant, and I got in connection from United States with Professor Bhaduri. We had a long Zoom talk about it. And then eventually when I landed, my priority was how to sustain my, dream, like how to do that. So I forced myself to write a grant for mangrove research. And my specialization is ecophysiology. Ecophysiology, many people are not aware about it. It is a highly instrument-dependent research. You need a lot of lakhs and crores of money to do ecophysiology. And take a look into the Spruce project, and which is in United States boreal peatland ecosystem. Take a look into the Amazon rainforest ecosystem phase experiment. Take a look into Australia, HIE, Hawkesbury Institute of Environment, they work on eucalyptus ecosystem. This phase ecosystem research, which are climate change, next generation climate change research, is very expensive. We don't have a similar prototype or models for our country. Now, to start with, I thought that I should, do whatever little bit I can just kick start this project. Now, like a doctor, if you ask what is the main vital processes, the doctor will, first check your blood pressure, how your heart and lung and all things are working. These are vital organs. If you ask a plant, whether it is a mangrove or take any XYZ, photosynthetic apparatus, machineries, and your plant water transport pathway, which we call it hydraulic. These are the two critical processes in the plant. You take it mangrove or any other system. So ecophysiologists, we deal with all these two vital systems. And as Professor Bhaduri said, my another parallel challenge is to motivate all ISA students and all other nearby students to come into this kind of research. We have extremely talented students, but bogged down to cellular and molecular biology, not trying to venture into whole plant study, whole plant biology study. Well, I try to convince them by showing the brighter side. I say the mangrove ecosystem and the mangrove trees have so many layers to it that this is such a novel system. I don't know, being in Kerala, what have you done in the last 3-4 years? You should have gone out, stepped outside and looked at all these wonderful charismatic trees. So this is the challenge I just took, and I have a long way to go. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon. It is very tough to talk at the last session. For the past 2 days, almost all the points which you have thought of been covered by the eminent speakers, and secondly, immediately after lunch. As an administrator, I was working in Marine National Park for the past 5 years, Marine National Park Jamnagar past 5 years. So instead of saying the routine, the presentations or repetition of the presentations since yesterday morning, I can say one incident or one thing which has happened which convey the message how come the society or the educated officials or the seniors, community leaders, what we say, that stakeholders or the businessmen, they are well aware of. Whenever it is there, I used to think of my teachers or whomsoever, many of the students who has gone to Viva OCR exams, we go with a preparation. Whenever there is a competition or something else, we go with a preparation. Normally, we used to face a bouncer. Either the question will be out of syllabus or they will ask something else totally different. I can recollect in my college days when there is a soil science professor, whenever we go prepared, he asks only the spellings. He will ask us, tell the spelling of phenolphthalein, tell the spelling of Geldal flask. So we all will be dumped in front of him even after so much of preparation. The same kind of one mangrove incident happened. I think since morning they are saying in the forest area, yes, as an administrator, as a forester, I have the every right and authority, power vested on me to protect the mangrove, to conserve and increase the forest cover. But majority of the areas in Gujarat coast or Kutch area, it falls under the not within the jurisdiction of forest area. So whatever we say community participation, yes, community participation, stakeholder participation is nice, but the participation is also limited to a few community members. Public, the villages will follow few of the community leaders only, their suggestion only, they won't act on their own. Once there was a non-forest area, it was a revenue wasteland, unsurveyed land. It is unsurveyed land, means it's an intertidal area which doesn't belong to anyone. We went there for a discussion. There was a project to come up. Discussion was happening, mangrove is there, this is a plus point, this is a minus point, etc. And they showed the photograph of the site location. Yes, it was a carpet like maximum 30 feet mangrove area in few patches. The first question the major they have asked is whether the mangrove is a tree or a shrub. Because we all emotionally can say it helps us, it conserves us, waves se protect ho rahe hai, soil erosion it can be done. Simply they say that. So if it is a 30 centimeter height, a carpet growth, you are saying mangrove, it is so important, which you can't able to say as a tree. As a forest official, you don't have authority to act anything outside forest area. Then how come you are not issuing, not granting NOC or not allowing us to carry out the activities? They still, I am not saying these are all the common people, they are to some extent leaders of the village or leaders of the business community, whatever it is. So sometimes the awareness with the public regarding the beneficial or regarding the situation or even our policies, guidelines, laws are very difficult even for us administrators to defend ourselves in conserving it. So my thing is, inside the forest area we will be contributing or we will be conserving as much as possible, and the future will be on the outside forest areas or revenue areas. So necessary awareness and necessary policies or necessary plantation models to be framed to protect in those areas where mangroves are to be developed in future. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Of course, a lot of things been covered. I just want to, before making my point, I would like to make some base to make these points that I would like to make. Recently, we have conducted one small research to understand how scientific research on mangroves, Indian mangroves, have progressed over the time. Just to understand which are the institutions, how the different locations in India is scientifically contributing to enrich the knowledge on mangroves.
So when we look at the entire data set, we came up around 1080 articles. These are published in research journals, peer-reviewed papers in international journals and national journals. Interestingly, the data is very provided us some insights. Since 2005, the first article appeared in 1963, and then we've seen a major rise in number of scientific publications only after 2005. In the last 19 years, we added almost 80% of these 1000 plus documents were added in the last 20 years. That means we have a huge momentum in the recent times, scientific momentum for mangrove research only in the recent times. When we tease apart the data, how it is different states with different mangrove covers are contributing, very interestingly, states which have only 2% of mangrove cover, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, all these 4-5 states with 2% of mangrove cover, less than 2% of mangrove cover, contributed to almost 35% of scientific literature. When we add Odisha to it, it is 7% of the mangrove cover, but the scientific literature is almost 52% of the scientific literatures are only from 7% of the mangroves in India. Okay, so that means almost 93% of the rest of the mangrove area has contributed only around 48% of the scientific information to Indian mangroves. And very interestingly, if you see data lacking areas, some important states like Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh, with some of the largest mangroves in India, they have contributed almost with more than 1/3 of mangrove cover. They contributed around 9 to 10% of the scientific literatures have come from these areas. That means these areas are still requiring a lot of scientific exploration. And even when you do a deep dive into those data, almost all these 80% of the information that been created all these 20 years, most of these informations are related to species inventories or very basic information like species composition, vegetation characteristics, or faunal assemblage. And hardly we have any scientific data that is having a robust methodology and addressing very important needs, such as even carbon stock assessments. Across India, we have so many papers published on carbon stocks, but the problem is these informations are not having some standard guidelines. There are, of course, C4 has came up with one important guideline on how to assess the mangroves and carbon stocks. In India, we have so many mangrove stock assessments, but all these informations are having different methodology, rendering. You cannot compare this data, and neither you can use this data, Indian data, to compare it with the neighboring countries like Indonesia, the other countries. So that means we need to have some standard protocols that followed across the sites, so that we create a credible scientific information that could be used effectively in the policy. And second, long-term data. We have most of these studies are very time-limited studies. Just one point event went, conducted the study in 1 year or 2 years, and then the researcher disappeared and there is no follow-up studies. So we don't have a long-term studies. And of course there are constraints. There are funding constraints, but of course from the scientists also, the commitment to do a long-term study in a particular site is, I think, we are kind of missing. Except few studies from Professor Punyasloke, or my group is working in Andamans, and sir's some of the studies in Pichawara. We don't have long-term data on certain things. Mangrove is a very dynamic place, and we are seeing increased natural disasters. We are seeing an increase in the cyclone events, increase in sea levels. So the mangroves are responding to these things. So mangrove is a very dynamic place. To understand how it is responding, we need a long-term research. And second, all the data that we created, when we look at, almost only 12% of these 1,000 plus documents have collaborations. That means 88% of the Indian information from Indian institutes, 88% are just one institute or one lab is publishing. Okay, there is no collaboration. So when you go to the Western countries, it is exactly the opposite. Only 10-15% of the information is just from one university. Rather, majority of these studies are collaborations. So Indian scientists have to come forward to do collaborations with effective other institutions. And lastly, scientists should also come forward to write for non-scientific audience. We study, very good. We publish in papers, very good. But how often we are making an effort to write for the general audience? Okay, because you need to convey your research to the large mass, then only it can reflect, your findings can reflect in policy. Okay, how can I explain my research to a forest manager or a person who is in the field, who is doing the mangrove plantation? Okay, they are doing plantation, they are having a commitment, they are doing it, but only thing is the scientific backup is not available, because sometimes it is also the fault is on us. We scientists also need to make that effort to go outreach with the forest department and ensure they have enough capacity to execute the restorations or whatever the activity that they do it properly. And I think with that, I'll hand it over to the next speaker. He is also having a few things that we don't want to, have an overlap. So I will hand it over to Dr. Raghavan.
Good afternoon, Anandal. Thanks for this opportunity. This session's main focus is exchanging ideas to address the gaps. So in this regard, as a passionate researcher, I strongly believe that research is an endless journey. So in that, every researcher should do repeated efforts to achieve maximum perfection. So to do that, praising the achievement is not sufficient. Rather than we have to address the flaws or gaps in our past attempts. So in this context, I would like to briefly explain about the gaps in our efforts, mangrove conservation efforts, in both the sides, from policy side also, from science side also, and involving the community participation. Because since yesterday's morning, we are talking about we need proper management plan. We have to involve community participation in the conservation effort. We need better policies. But how we can ensure these three? So far that is not discussed in detail. To discuss these things in detail, we have to admit our mistakes and understand and realize our mistakes in depth. So most often in all the countries, including India and any other nations, policies are often made on global generalization. Once the policy has been implemented based on global generalization, it is a responsibility of scientists and those who are all important stakeholder of that particular policy. It is their responsibility to revive they have to produce site-specific data. That site-specific data needs to be incorporated in that generalized policy to make that policy more site-specific. So in this context, as a passionate researcher, I admit that most of our research are not policy-oriented. For example, simple example, I would say that we are all doing remote sensing studies. But in terms of mangroves, in mangroves, Forest Department is the nodal, State Forest Department is the nodal for executing the restorations and other things. Their hierarchy starts from the range, forest range, then forest divisions. So right now we don't have any studies specific to forest range. If you created a study, if you take one forest range, if you assess within this forest range, this is the mangrove cover, this is the degraded mangrove area, this is the potential mangrove area for possible restoration. Then this kind of data will directly useful by the particular forest range. So these kind of studies needs to be formulated, first of all. Then another thing is that community involvement. I started working on mangroves since 2009. From that day onwards, I keep on hearing that terms. We have to involve community participation in restoration efforts. we are involving all the community participations. But the thing is that the community involvement is initiative driven. Okay, but at the same time, if you look at our past environmental reforms or environmental movements, the greatest environmental movement in India is Chipko movement. Why that Chipko movement is successful? That is not initiative driven. That is the emotion driven. So the another gap in our conservation effort is that emotion. Not only in India, throughout the globe, emotion, it is there, but little bit, not that much. When that emotion is brought out in the conservation effort through community participation, then only our science, our protocols, our guidelines, we have enough scientific knowledge on mangroves, enough guidelines for better restoration, ecological restoration and everything. But we all know that there is an implementation gap. To address that implementation gap, we have to incorporate this kind of emotions, which we learnt from the past conservation or environmental reforms has taught us. When that emotion is blended with conservation effort, then only we can successful in that. So we have to innovate how we can involve that emotion in conservation efforts. So these are all some of the gaps. I expect some innovative idea from audience sides, then I can discuss further on that.
So being the last speaker, I think most of the things has been covered. So one thing we realized from all these things that there is a gap between the scientists to the practitioners to the policymakers. Somewhere there is a gap of translating the things, or there is a structural translation of the informations or the quantified data from the systems or the ecosystems to these three domains. So if I see the one area I can see is the ecosystem services, that everybody know that the services what we are getting, it is immense and is very high values and it is pristine. But with time it is getting degraded. And these services, there is no structured protocol or there is no structured guideline how to identify these services and how to quantify these services. There are certain services, for example, when we are talking of carbon sequestrations from mangrove itself, the researchers do independently research, they quantify what is the sequestration rate, what is the biomass deposition, what is inventory, all these things they do. But when it translates into the economic value or the information that is needed by policymakers, there is somewhere that gap is there. That's what one of the area is identification and proper assessment of these ecosystem services. There are certain protocols worldwide that has been adopted, like common international classification of ecosystem services. It was by United Nations, then by MEA. A lot of organizations, especially by European Union, as they have done. Especially the inputs from the ocean-driven or ocean-dependent countries, they have adapted these classifications very profoundly and they try to implement. Especially, for example, Indonesia. They have implemented these classifications very appropriately and they took a step ahead to the ocean accounting. So the quantification of I will come to ocean accounting after this. So this quantification of ecosystem services has to be made very structurally and it has to be translated to the policymakers such that there will be a clear component analysis can be done in the accounting. When we come to accounting, India do not have any such of ocean accounting or the assessment of ecosystem services in an accurate way. If we see way back, that is, there is one Green National Account 2013. It is almost a decade ago it was made. And it has made that there is ecosystem services are nearly 1.3, that coastal ecosystem services are almost 1.3 trillion Indian rupees. And it is a very big part of the national GDP. everybody is speaking about blue economy, ocean economy. Recently, there was a paper published by our Dr. Celeste Naik in our current science. He has given very much emphasis that when we are thinking of this blue economy, we should first understand ocean economy. We have to find out the sectors which is contributing to ocean accounting, then only the next necessary steps can be taken. So when we think of ocean accounting or blue economy, unless otherwise we have a proper quantification of these ecosystem services, we cannot go for blue economy or ocean accounting or the transforming process frameworks like marine spatial planning or ICZM, whatever we want to implement, that we cannot make. That's what the quantification of ecosystem services translating into the national accounts, then into the blue economy is one process where means we feel that a lot more has to work, and the young researchers can work bridging between the scientists to the socioeconomics to the policymakers. So I hope we can discuss further with feedbacks and questions.
I thank all the speakers for sharing the experiences, highlighting the challenges we have, and also suggesting the way forward. As the main aim of this session is also to get as much as idea we can and also reflect on this session. Now I would like the participants to give their ideas or reflect on the session. And I would like Dr. Deepak Samuel, Senior Scientist from National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, to start with. Can we have the mic?
Thank you very much. I think most of the challenges are very clearly put forward. Raghavan actually raised a very important point of the gaps that we have between policies, but 2011 our CRZ notification has given a lot of emphasis on mangroves being the first ecology sensitive area, CRZ 1A among the 11. That itself was a big victory for us to undertake protection measures. Secondly, the community interface comes in the CVCA, critically vulnerable coastal area. So there are 12 sites identified in the country, 2 in Gujarat, 2 in Karnataka, and 1 each from the other states. And here there's an opportunity for the community to participate in conserving along with the policymakers and the managers. So it's a win-win situation for both the the administrator and also the community. But thing is that the states are supposed to prepare an integrated management plan. Unfortunately for Odisha, GIZ has done the basic the framework. It is again in draft phase for the 3 years. In Kerala, Vembanad, again, WWF has done a beautiful IMP. Again, it's in draft stage. Now, Gujarat government has funded NCACM to do the IMP for the 2 phases through the Pollution Control Board. Now, why I'm raising this is because from 2011, 2013 after the mapping, 2016 after the plans being approved by the different coastal zone states, it's very unfortunate that, there is some kind of a barrier that is seen not allowing these management practice to take go forward, especially the community. Without them, there's nothing. And since we spoke a lot about mangroves, you see that Sundarbans is totally different. The entire landscape is different. It's very different from Bhitarkanika. You have a lot of crocodile population here. You have a combination of tigers and crocodiles. And when you come down towards the east, you have smooth skin otters, and the wildlife itself it changes very beautifully. So I feel that every landscape of mangrove area, as beautifully pointed out by some of the speakers, as very beautiful and virgin. I think site-specific interventions are very, very important. It cannot apply everywhere. And just for the audience, there are a couple of documents available right now. For the Ministry of Environment Forest under the Wetland Mission has prepared a standard operating procedure for carbon sequestration that's available in the Wetlands of India portal. Interesting, this portal is hosted from NCSM Chennai. So that is freely downloadable, and I think it also covers about the coastal wetlands of covering mangroves. And we also spoke a lot about Mission Mishti. Raghavan knows how difficult it was. NCSM prepared the 0 draft. The first draft of Mission Mishti was prepared by us, and the area to cover for restoration was a very big challenge. Andaman said there's no space. Maharashtra, there's no space. So we recommended that gap areas can be identified by doing historical study and taking forward degraded areas and seeing them as good potential sites for mangrove plantation. And also now we are also in a situation where in a single area multiple agencies work, and somebody pointed out very well, now we have solid funding, campus funding, there is NCRMP 3, phase 3, NDMA's funding for mangroves. We have GCF project where I am also involved. In 3 states we are doing that. JICA's funding in Bhattacharya. So there is no dearth of funds. ECRIC also under GCF, yes. ECRIC also is there. So the fundings are amazing. Bank is also here. Here. So the scope is plenty, but I think it's high time that we all join hands together. Working in silos, it's not going to help any further because we have expertise in every field. And I think, teachers, great teachers like Adrian sir, who taught me mangroves. I'm sure I was absent in the morning class, but I asked him, sir, did you show the Aishwarya Rai? And yes, the Aishwarya Rai was still there in the first one, So, again, education is something very important, sensitizing community. Somebody also raised the point of, bringing an education at a very level, at a young level. So the scope is plenty, and we have good policies. Only thing, how well are we going to handhold and tap each other's back so that the entire process goes forward? So that's in short from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Now I request Dr. Shubhashri, Forest Department of Odisha, to give her views.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Subhasri Swagatika Mohanty, and I belong to Wildlife Wing of Odisha Forest Department, Forest Environment and Climate Change. So due to time constraints, I would not say long regarding, I think everyone have covered everything. So 2 success stories I was actually keen to show to everyone that we have, since sir was talking about this community engagement, I want to say regarding this Mangrove Mitra, we have this success story that people are saying that community engagement is too difficult actually, but one of our dynamic officer, Dr. Jagendra Pati, IFS officer, the former DFO of Rajnagar division, and he initiated this project called Mangrove Mitra, means mangrove friend, since 2021, and it was taking around 6 to 7 months. And he succeeded. So around 25 of hectares of land people have donated for the mangrove plantation, and it's still taken care by the forest department and the coastal divisions. Although I'm taking care of 6 coastal division of Odisha right now, there are many stories like that. The horseshoe crab mating and breeding islands in Ekakula and Hukitola Island, we're taking care of that very successfully now. And thanks to NCSM, they are the partner for us looking after a lot of hydrological parameters, long-term monitoring. And we have successfully planted this ecosystem of health card, Bhitarkanika, for the first time since 2019, and we have 3 years probably now. And we have this health card for everything, flora, fauna, hydrological parameters and everything. And the third thing is that we have a meta nursery now with us. It's a big meta nursery, and we are doing the planting there. And we started the seedling because a lot of areas don't have the mother trees there. So we started this planting and seedling there so that it will be easy, and it's very successful nowadays. Since 3 years, I think, we are getting there, the planters, and we're providing to the local community, and they are engaged. The third thing I want to put down here regarding the ecotourism, I would say the nature-based tourism is too much successful in Odisha. We have 53 ecotourism all over Odisha, and when I count, I think what I have counted the last, 9 coastal ecotourisms are there, and out of them, 7 mangrove ecotourisms are there, and I have stayed all of them. It was luxury, and as well as very beautiful places. And I think everyone has to visit there once at least in lifetime. So it's very beautiful, and totally governed by the localized, although we are regulating. Everyone is going very smoothly, and all the local people, starting from the boating to all the aquaculture and this maintaining the ecotourism, everything governing by the local tourists, local people, the community. So these are the success stories we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhashri. I hope we get to hear your success story in the future. Thank you. Now, I ask any of the young researchers or somebody, anybody in the audience to ask a question or any ideas you have, you can suggest for this conclave.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Praveen Kumar from Dakshin Foundation. So from our organization, we are trying to assess the total carbon stocks in India. So also preparing the national level database for mangroves and all blue carbon ecosystems. So basically when we are trying to estimate the national level stock assessment from the meta-analysis, from the available literature, so I surprisingly, majority of the above ground, below ground, soil stocks, people have estimated using many allometry equations. Though those allometry equations, for example, Komiyama, that is the one standard equation most of the papers I saw. So the question is like whether that equation is properly addressing or all the ecosystems in India or not. That's my question. But still, that is the only information available from the literature. And again, surprisingly, the soil stocks, particularly in India, so some major ecosystems like Sundarbans, Bhitarkanika, people have sampled and they have reported, but many locations are still not reported. So and again, even from the available sources also, those they have reported for different depths. Though IPCC standards are available for 1 meter depth for to be considered for what we can say stock assessments, people have reported for 10 centimeter, even 20 centimeter. So different depths are there. My question is, so how we need to consider for 1 meter depth assessment of soil stock from the available literature? Is there any possibility to interpolate or making some sort of assumptions? So and again, that is the one thing. And again, from the completely unsampled data, like where the data is completely not available, how to overcome that? So interpolation is definitely straight away, that is root procedure, because so it won't work because every system behaves in a different way. For example, Raghavan sir, thank you so much sir, because you sampled at least entire Andaman. So different researchers have developed at least most of the ecosystems. So this question is haunting me. So I try to actually I came here to get seek this particular answer from this entire conclave. Thank you so much.
Thanks for this question. Again, this is one of the who's responsible for this. You are saying that different researchers are doing different depths. Whose mistake this? So we have to address ourselves. Standards are available as per IPCC, as you rightly said, we have to take 1 meter core. But due to some reasons, when there may be many reasons, but we have to correct ourselves. So right now the data in India, carbon research is in infant stage only. So instead of something better than nothing, so in that case this could be a baseline, but we have to again revive our efforts. So hereafter we have to do at least 1 meter core. So then only we can create standard baseline data. Then coming to your allometric equation, what Kohima, that is for Southeast Asian region. Okay, but that is applicable up to Andamans. But after in India, mainland India, it is completely different. So we have to, it is better to create site-specific allometric equation is the better option. So again, here policy won't do anything. We have researchers, we have to put our efforts and we have to create our own allometric equation. Particularly in India, one allometric equation will not work because each and every state mangroves are different. Each and every state mangrove dependency of local people also different. So anything for if you are making allometric equation, if you are making any management plan, if you are making any strategy for community involvement in conservation, it should be site specific, at least state specific.
Just to add to this, Komiyama et al. That equation is like generic equation for all the species. There are species specific equations are also there. Even within the species, for sapling, for tree, for dead trees, there are different equations are there. It is always better to use the species specific and strata specific equations to get a finer results.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for sharing the takeaways, which I found very useful. I'm Aishwarya and I'm an advocate. I practice in Madras High Court. My question is, as it was rightly pointed out by you, most of the researches that you do and the scientific outcomes that you produce are not accessible to the general public. I mean, they are made available. However, even as a literate and someone who researches in policies, etc., I find it a bit too technical for me to comprehend. So, what do you think can be done to make it accessible so that even the researchers would benefit from it, to push it forward to and negotiate it with the policymakers?
One suggestion could be, most of the mangrove research, it's either done for a PhD project or a MSc dissertation, okay, at least at the majority of these research. So maybe even universities should consider publishing these results for the common people. So of course every university has a mandate of at least 1 or 2 publications from the PhD dissertation. So likewise, maybe the education system could consider this research should also be written for the common people, so that the outreach of the research is quite uniform. And that is at the policy level, but at the local level, as a researcher, as a scientist, we should also, introspect ourselves. This research is from the public funded money, and the outcome should also be told to the public. So that is a responsibility that each and every researcher should understand and try to communicate their research with common medium. Even you write a small article in a newspaper, that's fine, because it is accessible to a larger proportion of people. So it's just about the people.
Just following up with that question, my suggestion is that we produce National Youth Statement, which we submit every year to the Union Ministry of Environment. And what we do is we produce one technical version for the ministry people to see, and we also produce a child-friendly version. So even if it's not child-friendly, layperson-friendly version would be very helpful.
No, here I would like to tell you, here the basic issue is that this is the one of the major drawback of this century. We don't have social reformers. We have excellent scientists and other things. In the last century, we have plenty of social reformers, because the role of social reformers are, they can go up to the ground level. Their thoughts reach up to the individual and community level. Right now, we have a scientist and everything. Even in this hall also, the number of social reformers and social scientists are very less. So scientists, those who are technical person, can't disseminate that information up to ground level. It needs some medium. So in the last century, very good social reformers was there, but unfortunately, in this century, we don't have that much of social reformers. To address your questions, again you are going with white paper and other things in a different way, that won't work. We have to create again social reformers. That is most important.
I would like...
See, most of the research available only... Say some answer for this. See, other than abstract, she not able to read anything. One of my colleague also, he asked today, he asked, sir, wetland means he doesn't know anything. Even reporter side, Chief Bureau of Press also he asked, what they are doing, nothing. They not even invite me like this. Today morning I have questions. I don't know this place. Today, yesterday and today is happening. Please you come. No sir, we don't know any invitations. At least, okay, tell me something about in wetland conservations, what they did for state or something. So some of the research, almost 1,000 papers we publish, all those things. Most of the papers, whatever the researchers are published, even as a policy manager, forgot about policy managers. As a park manager, not able to reach. As a wildlife warden or maybe the district forest officer, whatever you said in range officer, they not able to get whatever the study you conducted at micro level or macro level or state level or district level. At least once you publish, after that you have to send that particular paper to concerned authorities. Then only they come to know whether these are happen in our landscape. At least future they have to do. Maybe some other scientific you can do. So now what it happened, most of the research are duplicating again and again. See heavy metals in Tamil Nadu, you search heavy metals means all along the east coast, n number of paper is available. No one is not concentrated about wetland means n number of paper is available, but nothing more than 80%, whatever you said, more than 2010 or 2015 is publishable. None of the paper is not allowed for readers. As a common man, as a maybe in mass state or any common layman or bureau chief, any of the newspapers, they're not able to review or maybe not able to downloadable one. Then what is the meaning of spending this much of money for research and research? You're not able to bring to policy means only we are writing the paper, article and publishing for a high impact factor that is not open accessible. Then how to know the particular park manager or wildlife managers or maybe camp officers? We are giving one set of report. That report is highly confidential. Camp officer won't reveal for any of them. So again, they used to write, because in camp, as per norms, they have to write one of the report for this is the funding, this is the state with this much we spend. Again, this is the impact is happened like this, whatever. Again, they used to write one more report. That only it is available for publicly. But as a core, whatever you conducted, whatever you field level you conducted, all those things, it comes to in public. Then only that is the people participatory program. Many of the research, what we are doing in India, any aspects, we forgot about in wetland or maybe in mangrove, but it won't come for a limelight because of this lacuna is there. So try to at least in future, wetland as well as in Mangrove Conclave, maybe we can access in public anyone in an open platform.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Comment is coming always. And they are coming with new data policy. If you see, they have all ocean data. All ocean data are hosted in one server and it is in the public. It is open to public. If you see invoice data center, it is open to public. You can get ocean forecast, all kind of ocean data. Similar. When you talk about the forest data, FSI is hosting all the data. As per the request, unless otherwise somebody request for this classified data, they cannot get. Atmospheric data, it is as you told, the abstract of data is published in open forum, but certain credentials, certain attributes are made there, such that if you are directly requesting those agencies, they can provide you the data. Now they have made to the research community, the data are most of the data is open. If we request, on the request basis, we can data. This is one aspect. Second aspect, when we are talking of the researchers, when they do research, they have some reservation of the data. Maybe another 1 year, 2 year, unless otherwise they publish, they are not making it open to others. So, but there is a data policy. If it is a funding project, within 3 years of your sampling or data collection, you have to submit to a repository, whatever repository is. So now, more or less, due to new data policies, most of the data are available in some or other platform. We have to ponder and we have to get those data. And as you told, as a recommendation, we can feel that there should be a unified data portal such that we can reach through that hub to the necessary data.
I will give Professor Bahaduri and then we can give it back to the
Yeah, I'll just 30 seconds.
Very briefly, sir. Yeah.
30 seconds, you can put the timer on. You look at the Global Mangrove Alliance State of the World's Mangrove Report. Please download it and read it. It's written in the most simplest way so that anybody who is a non-scientist, policymaker, advocate, can. So this is classic example where scientists have come, all the stakeholders written a report which anybody can. Sir is there, Rupesh is there. Second thing, very quickly, ending up saying, knowledge products are very, very important. You have to translate your science into knowledge products. Look at CBD target 7 and 8. You'll go and look at the last COP of Colombia. You will see so many knowledge products have been developed. Okay, and all of them are written, target audiences, policymakers, managers, the lawyers, So essentially, it's happening. Yes, you'd like the pace to be much faster, but that's taking time. But I think the tide is turning. So you're going to see more of this coming out soon. Thank you.
So we have just another 5 minutes. So we have a question from the audience. We'll take one question.
No, there is no question. I just wanted to tell.
Make it very brief, sir.
Very brief.
Yeah.
I'm very brief. So just I want to tell that whatever we do science, that must be communicated in a common language which everybody can understand. So the crux of the question is to share this kind of information. It's not about the data. It's not about the quality of the data. So it's all about what you are coming out with your research that needs to be communicated to the common man, everyone who can able to understand in their understandable manner. So that is most important, and this task is being taken up since from 1980s, and there are people who are doing this thing, and even still in Kerala, Karnataka, many places there are groups which are working on citizen science approaches, where these science is being taken to common mans and everyone. So only thing is that process has to be augmented. So that could be one of the recommendation that can go from this idea exchange.
So I think Sir has one. So if you can.
I think there are two parts to this issue. One is that the researches are not accessible at all, which was highlighted. And we hear that tide is turning, so more of that will convert into knowledge products. But something which is an established mechanism where researches are converted into policy briefs or public policy briefs, as a actionable from this conclave, can we all decide that each of the institutions which are involved in this conclave will produce policy briefs for each and every researches of theirs. And it's a simple thing, means there are standard guidelines for writing a public policy or a policy brief. And some of the best institutions of the world, educational institutions, they have made it a mandatory policy to convert all their researches into public policy. And it is done by the author herself or himself, with the support of other experts who write on those subjects. So that could be one actionable. Thank you.
So I think
So there were just 2 points, it actually also has a way in which, scientists basically are trained to put their results out. So, rather than publishing in some of the most read journals in India like Current Science, there is a greater incentive to publish in a paper or in a journal which has a higher impact factor. So even though it's not easily accessible. So that was one part. So the incentive there's a lesser incentive to publish in open access, which is available to most people. The second part is, we as scientists or science workers across the country have failed in science communication. Science communication basically is it's a whole genera of occupations which basically students can pick up. So communicating science to the general public, sometimes scientists are not well equipped to do it, but then we have specialist people who can do that much better. And while a lot of data is available on portals, enough portals, but it is so cryptic that sometimes even scientists who don't belong to that domain would not understand the data. So there are a few journals which basically cater to science, general science reading, general science publication, but they're not very well read. Okay, so we had, a lower level science reporter to a journal like Resonance to Current Science, which basically does this part of science communication. But because they have not been well appreciated all over, that is why people have stopped also putting most of their major papers in it. And just for a small answer to, structure, we tend to realize, what Punishlok actually mentioned as the World Mangrove Watch, where they've actually put in a large number of empirical data. What happens is, they are giving us data and what we are using as equations which are not actually made for our forests. The mangrove forests in every part of the country is very different. Even within states like Gujarat, what is present in South Gujarat and what is present in Gulf of Kutch and Kori Creek is very different. So you have to have site-specific data. They need to be worked out individually. So you don't have data, work with that, but I'd always put an asterisk mark. This was done with this, is because they are giving a very wrong impression. World Mangrove Watch is giving a very wrong impression of the carbon available in other parts of the country, which actually is not very correct.
We'll take one last, and then Dr. Mani Murli from NIO will take a last question from him.
So my point is, the Raghavan sir has rightly pointed out, there is need for an emotional connect. Because the movement what Maharashtra has witnessed through Pani Foundation, which was led by Amir Khan in Maharashtra regarding drought prevention and watershed management. So can that kind of a movement, because the community is already divided through social, political and some other factors which are already divided into many parts. So that work is not only of the fishermen or the community which depend on the resources of that particular ecosystem, it is a responsibility of the entire community of the entire village. So can such kind of movement can lead to the restoration protocol supported by the scientific literature or the site-specific protocols which the researchers have been worked on. So that these people's movement supported by the scientific research available with them could be one of the solutions, what I feel.
Thank you, sir. We take the last question from Dr. Mani Murali.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to attend this 2 days event, which I remember that first we came to the same campus to learn about mangrove mapping with Dr. Tune Usha, who was arranging the training. Pichavaram mangrove, she tried using the remote sensing data. But in the, by looking back the 22 years, if you look at it, the remote sensing data, the resolution has improved, the processing algorithms have improved, but the uncertainty in mapping the mangroves has not improved. If you look at it, anything green along the coast is mapped as a mangrove. If you look at a lot of industries coming forward to get the NGT orders, because state agencies or many mapping agencies have mapped mangrove, anything along the coast, but when you go and cross-check, it is not the actual scenario. Now when you go for a ground verification, or if you want to go to the areas where within the forest limit, forest department, again getting a permission to it is all of us, one day must have experienced the tough task of getting permission to go into the mangrove areas. So one thing, remote sensing part, we don't have spectral libraries for different species or overall with the accurate algorithms which will give us only mangroves. That overall may help to assess the mangrove cover or mangrove species variations in due future. Now a lot of places industrialization and urban the real estate is taking over. Sluice gates are silently closed, tidal incursion is blocked, and slowly over the time the mangroves are dead, and those areas are paid by tax. You know, people pay tax for that as agriculture, and slowly overnight it is sold, and a real estate, a mall or a project is coming. So the citizen watch is very important. Not only all the time government agencies or pollution control board or forest department will keep a watch. That is also missing too much. Morning, calculation showed that 3,900 kilogram per hectare per year oxygen is there. But I would have been happy to see this much CO2 sequestration. That data is missing. As Raghavan told, it is in infant stage. Maybe very soon we will be able to see species-wise carbon sequestration rate at different parts of our country. The access for the results of the scientists. Hopefully the one nation, one journal policy may bring out more access to the our scientific results to masses, and which may convert finally go to the media or lawyers or whoever it is. What is needed for the policy makers should be the action by the scientists. Here most of the time what we do is what I know, what I can do, I am doing it, going and handing over to the policy makers, which they may not be interested. So what is needed for the policy makers, scientists should try to do that and convey to the policy makers. Then there may be some growth or some advancement in a better future for mangroves. That's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. We're running out of time, so if you can make it really quick. That's the last question from the audience.
Sorry. For last 2 days, we have missed the hydrology part. So hydrology is a base for all the mangroves, all the vegetation things. It should be addressed properly, hydrology also. And another thing, sir was telling that why the South India has published more papers, because of I'm thinking that our more universities, more colleges in South India only, they may not have that much facilities to publish the papers. That may be the reasons. And another thing, the community participation is a very important thing. People are talking, but in one village, many communities will be there. Which community is dominating in that participation? That should be addressed properly, because all communities should not get equal importance in participations, all the things. So that is one of the major important in community participation. This is my suggestion for the panels.
I thank you. I thank all the speakers for being part of this session and also from the active participation from all the audience. So we come to an end of this session, and I now request Dr. Kadiresan, Professor, will felicitate all the speakers.
Dr. Raghavan, Dr. Punyashlok Bahaduri, ISER Kolkata, Dr. Anirban Guha, ISER Tiruvananthapuram, Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, WII Dehradun, Mr. P. Senthil Kumar, IFS, CCF, Gujarat. And Dr. Uma Sankar Panda, scientist at NCCR. So we request you to also kindly felicitate our moderator for the session, Dr. Sanita K. Sivadas, scientist, NCCR. Thank you very much for that session, and let us now break for tea at Manthan Hall. It would be great if we can all come back in 10 minutes. That's by 3:55. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome you all to the last session of IMC 2024 and a potential significant milestone in the journey towards mangrove conservation and management. I'd like to invite Mr. Soumya Jain and Mr. Nitin Vemula from Socrates Foundation for a plenary convening to put forth deliberations for impactful and effective best practices in mangrove management and coastal sustainability in India. Over to you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, and good evening to everyone. So this particular session is about just summarizing our learnings from the very interesting activity which we did yesterday, the breakout sessions. And at the very outset, I would like to first express our gratitude to NCCR and CIFOR, especially, and all the other stakeholders part of the organizing, because we work at Socrates Foundation, and our core principle of working is that we like to work on complex wicked problems, but the fundamental to solving that we believe is in surfacing collective wisdom. That's the first step. And I think what we achieved yesterday was a very good reflection of how collective wisdom can be surfaced when various actors bringing in different perspectives come together to have a dialogue, constructive dialogue, and they're also able to put on different hats, put on different avatars to kind of think from the perspective of other stakeholders involved as well. And that is where a lot of wisdom can be surfaced. So that was at the onset what we wanted to do. So I mean, see, a lot of this this theory of change of ours is actually stemming from systems thinking. And one of the core tenets of systems thinking is that we should not be looking at any one system in isolation when we want to solve for it. And if you start doing that, then what we try to showcase is that mangrove ecosystem, number one, how do we make it a part of all the other ecosystems that it interacts with and is a constituent part of, be it the coastal ecosystem, be it the marine ecosystem, be it the ecosystem of communities that live in coastal regions. And if we start now building a narrative that way, we ended up focusing on 3 key dimensions of the mangrove ecosystem that kind of percolates all these different system boundaries as well. And those, and see, there can be definitely more, right? So this is by no means a comprehensive exercise. But then the 3 key ones we focused on were policy, practice, and knowledge. And at the intersectionality of all these 3, we thought that a lot of holistic thinking around the mangrove ecosystem could be surfaced. And in order to gamify the entire exercise, we've thought of 4 personas. That of being someone from the government, which can be any government agency or a public sector agency at the national or state level, right? So just a perspective from the side of the government, perspective from the side of the community. And community here can mean an individual representing their community in a small village on the coast adjacent to the mangroves. It could be a community-based organization. It could also be a civil society organization working with the community at the grassroots level. So any medium for grassroots voice enablement is what we call as a community actor, as a persona over here. The third persona was that of a researcher. Now, this room is no stranger to this particular persona because, like majority representation was bringing some dimension of this. But where it became interesting is that as a researcher, it's not only to think of from a researcher perspective, but also say from a scholar perspective, from the perspective of a prospective student who wants to become a researcher, from the perspective of anyone, even at a grassroots level who wants to be a scientist for their community. How does that perspective look like, which is instilled in a sense of discovery and search for the truth, right? And then finally, very importantly, which often gets missed out, is the perspective of the market. And over here, market does not mean just a big industry, with large mining interests who's looking to exploit the region. But market over here means any actor which either under the CSR or other regulations, under their ESG guidelines, under some kind of a philanthropic vision they have, or somebody who's a private sector intermediary in brokering a better ecological future, be it someone who sets up carbon markets, be it someone who is a social impact aggregator. So there are a variety of actors that represent the market. So these are the 4 personas with which we started this exercise. And these are some of the visuals from which we could capture yesterday, which kind of starts by subgroups in each room first discussing among themselves. And this discussion kind of followed a pathway of recognizing what were the strengths, what were the opportunities, and then what were the challenges which were interfacing the journey from currently what is working well to what can potentially be an area of work in the future by navigating those challenges. And the idea was that this kind of an exercise can lead to some emergent patterns which can translate into pathways or solutioning. So here are some more visuals from the same thing. Using a chart to just pin down everyone's ideas and juxtaposing them against everybody's views. And then this is how the product of that exercise looked like, where we were very, very encouraged to see fantastic participation and some very interesting and diverse views being represented through the exercises that were done in 3 different rooms in 12 different groups. So the culmination of all of that is what the rest of this presentation is going to be about. So let's start off with policy, right? So this was our first room, and as you already mentioned, now these are the 4 kind of personas which people took as a role, and what we found is such key themes to emerge in terms of where the room wanted some kind of pathways or solutions to be built. So, everything from how do we reward communities for the ecosystem services they provide, be it taking care of the forests around them, taking care of the water or the natural resources that actually feed into the mangrove ecosystem. So here is where we see the system intersectionality at play. Again, between the government and the market, how do we co-opt investments and public-private partnerships for resources to be unlocked? How do we make it interdisciplinary, which has been, I think, been the theme today as well. How do, like, as somebody mentioned, hydrology needs to be part of it. As somebody else mentioned, that one needs to take care of the community view as well. So that this is making it interdisciplinary. How do you make disaster risk management a part of the whole thing as well? Because if you don't take care of disaster risk management, then the communities are always going to be vulnerable. They will never be able to think beyond their survival to actually start participating in this kind of a constructive exercise. Very importantly, which has been brought out in multiple ways over the last 2 days, is that how do we inculcate local wisdom into all sorts of policy making and decision making and practice application on the ground? How do we build awareness in the community from a young age? So what kind of programs can be, what kind of policy programs can be encouraged even at a school level for the upcoming generation to take up the cause of mangrove conservation or overall coastal conservation? How do you empower community-based organizations to play a more proactive role in this? How do you create more grassroots level scientists in the process so that the entire process of collection of evidence, which is currently one of the key limitation factors for research to progress at the rate it wants to, can actually be devolved and can be crowdsourced in a lot of ways? How do you make everything participatory and bottoms up, right? Because that's the key mantra if the community has to be involved. Very importantly, how are rights on commons for the community better protected? Because as a very significant percentage of India lives, is still made up of tribal and indigenous populations that live in very close cultural contiguity with their forests. So, if the regulation of the government is completely counterintuitive and counterproductive to the way they have been living their lives, then it's always going to result in a kind of a tension between nature and humans, and with suboptimal results for the ecology. So how do we ensure better commons for such communities? From a very market perspective, right? What do market actors look for, right? They want ease of doing CSR in some ways. If they have to invest their monies in say mangrove conservation activities, can the regulation meet them halfway to make it easier? So that it falls in line with all the requirements of impact reporting. Tied to that is because they often have international representation and international forums to showcase their impact in. How do we synchronize it fully with the SDGs? How do we tie it to nature-based solutions and bioeconomy? The reason being that wherever there is an intersectionality of environmental action and community action, that is where the market is fantastically interested to work in as well, because that's the way their thinking evolves. And then tied to that is then, well, how do we promote alternative livelihood? This was a recurring theme throughout every single of the 12 groups, subgroups that discussed. How do we better ensure alternative livelihoods for the community? And then how do we ensure better intergovernmental cooperation between different agencies at national, state level, as well as in international forums as well? So this was on policy. Now, when we move to practice, so practice is where we, this particular room focused on all the practices that are done for starting with selection of land for mangrove restoration and conservation, to how plantation should be done, what species need to be planted, how they need to be monitored, how does impact needs to be evaluated, how do the communities need to get involved, how do you build economic value chains around mangroves, and the entire spectrum of it. So this is what was covered typically under practices. And again, we came up with very interesting ideas as well, that can we have a sustainability ranking system? And this again ties a lot back to the point that the development and the progress made on mangrove conservation is not homogeneous across the country. So again, is there a way to sustainably gamify it? And also bring out those nuances which are very, very idiosyncratic to each region, which impact the measurement of success regarding mangroves as well. Can mangroves, how to improve mangrove as a thematic area in curriculums across disciplines that deal with this challenge of coastal conservation and ecosystem level change, right? How do we create a research sharing platform? And this again ties to what the government is recently trying to do as well, having a One India research platform as well. So how does it tie into that? Interestingly, how can we have a mangrove health index for the plants? This again ties very, very importantly to also having very, very specific knowledge on the various species of mangroves, including their carbon sequestration rates, including what kind of ecosystem services they provide, what kind of value chains can be built around them. Everything comes into play along with the health of the species itself and the soil. Again, what's the carrying capacity? How can we create a carrying capacity framework? Which means if we are trying to do some kind of a restoration effort, then how do we balance out the carrying capacity both of the soil as well as of the different ecosystem actors involved over there to make it flourish better? Again, how do we, one thing which has been lacking, right, despite the fact that mangroves is such a well-studied subject from so many years, as well as having so much of international cognition as well in the minds of the people, it does not maybe have the same kind of leverage what you see in social media for some of the other causes. So now, how do you leverage media and resources better to kind of, and because this again ties back into involvement of the private sector. The more something is in the news, the more it becomes interesting for the private sector to come in from their CSR or ESG perspective as well. Again, on the blended finance side, how do we blend afforestation funds from different actors? It should not be existing in isolation. They need to become more complementary. On the technology side, how do we introduce better technology? Because all of this can only happen if we are able to measure impact, monitor and measure impact well. That will require having digital databases, having remote sensing, and all the stuff which you guys are way, way more informed than than what I could have put down over here in a presentation. Linking mangroves to other bioeconomy sectors. This is where the intersectionality comes into play. Like if mangroves, the biome in their roots is having application for, say, organic fertilizers, it is having application for medicine, then how do we link it to other economic sectors to create that kind of a symbiotic bioeconomy where mangroves is an integral part of? And we can make all the laws, but then how do we enforce them better, especially when it comes to things like controlling plastic pollution in the mangrove areas and other deteriorants that stress the environment. How do we make it work better? On the knowledge now, again, our ideas were that we have to think of behavior change also, right? Because in any systems thinking model, the foundation of it is always mindset shift. So what kind of behavior shifts do we need? If there are any exploitative practices being done, be it something where corals are exploited for certain industrial gains, where industrial effluents are dumped into these kind of sites, where mangroves or their produce is used in a non-sustainable way. So how do we make a responsible behavior change or a shift away from these exploitative practices being done by various actors, not only one? How do we create more collaborative data sharing mechanisms for this knowledge that has been there, right? Because there is one thing to create a platform where knowledge can be exchanged. As somebody was mentioning in the session earlier, right? That it's not always easy to understand the knowledge as well. So how do we improve the communication and transmutability of this knowledge across systems, across different disciplines? That's critical as well. There needs to be, again, to tie to the point on grassroots level scientists, it's important to create scholarship for women and students to again mainstream them into this fold as well. Ecotourism came as a theme again and again. It came both as an opportunity as well as a challenge, and we all know why, because it not being done responsibly can also go horribly wrong. So how do we find it, how do we create the right kind of a knowledge base for it to work well as well, for it to inform policy? Carbon markets, similarly, on the same lines. And then finally, another interesting point being that just like we have a mission for millets or for bamboo, can we have a mangrove mission as well? Because that is something that can start bringing the market and economic value chain building to the table as well. So something that can be thought. And a point that has been tying to creation of regional level data which captures the idiosyncrasies of the region, right? So regional DPRs and digital databases that represent the reality of the region. So this is what we could surface as far as wisdom is concerned from the three rooms, and using that we tried to stitch out some pathways, like what was the emergent thinking around the kind of pathways that can be done. So at a structural level, we can look at structure in two ways. We can look at structure from a governance perspective and structure from a mindset perspective. So if you look at structure as a systems view on different things, right? So this is where there needs to be a cognition of mangroves to be part of landscape and seascape approach. So then that is where we start involving corals and seagrass and mangroves and other bio ecosystems into play. We take a multi-species approach so that we think of mangroves not in isolation but as a hotspot for biodiversity, which is birds, insects, biome, marine life, etc. We always inculcate community prosperity into it. We look at disaster risk reduction and climate action, and we take an ecosystem-based approach for it. So this is on the mindset side, structurally. How do we build a pathway for that? And on the governance side, can we have a charter that kind of captures all this imagination? Can we have a collaborative platform for all of this to operationalize? Again, can we have a mangrove mission? Can we have policy and regulatory guidelines that kind of supplement the activation of all of these different things we are discussing, tied to funds and data sharing protocols? Now, emerging out of these structural pathway thinking are what can be done to build out 4 verticals under it, right? On the knowledge side, how do we think regionally, regional system design? How do we do digital databases with the best use of technology, plant health index, sustainability, SDGs, local wisdom, best practices, right? So all of it now falls into one category. On the community livelihood side, be it the value chains, be it aquaculture related practices, be it linking to bioeconomy sectors, be it responsible tourism, and be it reward and recognition for ecosystem services. that should also be part of community livelihoods. It can be tied to stewardship. It can be tied to community being recognized if they're living in synchronicity with their mangrove environment, etc. It can also be carbon, sharing of carbon benefits, carbon market benefits with the community. Participative development. So here it's no longer just participation from the community, but participation across all the different personas that were imagined to solve for the mangrove ecosystem. So awareness, outreach, and dialogues between different actors, strengthening community rights, strengthening the CBOs, and then creating more grassroots level champions to take forward the cause. On the market side, CSR and ESG guidelines, ease of carbon market linkage, involvement of social impact intermediaries, blending financial resources, and leveraging media for narrative building. So this is what we could gather as the pathways. Based on these pathways now, we tried to come up with a roadmap. So this roadmap has got 7 dimensions to it, starting with the vision. Whereas we build this vision of what's a systems view, what's a multi-species, what does collaboration look like, how is it interdisciplinary, and how is it participative. On the mangrove restoration and conservation side, regional systems map, contextualize mangrove restoration and conservation programs then that stem from that regional systems map. And then taking a ecosystems-based approach and inculcating traditional knowledge into all of these programs. That becomes a second part of the roadmap when it comes to the restoration and conservation efforts. On the community engagement and livelihood side, how do we have monitoring frameworks? Because impact reporting is very important. How do we have ecological indicators on health and sustainability, impact evaluation tools and standards? This needs to come the monitoring and evaluation side as well. So community involvement, livelihood diversification, education, community rights. And then policy and governance side, can we have a national mangrove center? That's like the mangrove collective, which can come in. Can we have frameworks? That kind of scaffold, the legislative side, the data sharing side, the institutional collaboration side, all the protocols needed for it. And can we have a knowledge sharing platform? And finally, on the finance and market side, how do we strengthen ecosystems, payment for ecosystem services, CSR, involvement of international development funds from multilateral agencies as well as philanthropy. And then innovative finance instruments like green bonds, like forest bonds. So those are the things. And then finally, we kind of compressed all of this into building horizons. So what can be done in the next 3 years? So can we start with having a mangrove charter that captures the collective vision? Can we launch the mangrove national mangrove center with an operational framework? Can we establish these frameworks and protocols for collaboration? Can we develop region-specific guidelines or those regional hub plans? And can we conduct national level awareness campaigns targeting coastal communities, right? So this is something we thought can be done. I mean, this is by no means exhaustive. And then in the medium term, it is about how do we scale up these conservation efforts? How do we implement a unified monitoring system, integrating all the technology use? How do we then end up using the scaffolding from the previous 3 years? How do we establish these regional hubs for mangrove action? And then how do we actually operationalize the platform for data sharing? And then finally, what can happen in the long-term horizon? We can collectively decide on a set percentage increase in the mangroves and use that as a KPI or a benchmark to work towards. We can institutionalize community-based governance models so that there's complete devolution of these activities at the grassroots level. And finally, how do we integrate mangrove ecosystem thinking into 3 things? The curriculum, national climate and biodiversity strategies, as well as sustainability and green economy goals of the country. Because that's where it starts then working with other economic and ecological systems of the country. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I now request the conveners of IMC 2024, Dr. Rupesh Bomia and Dr. U.S. Panda, to felicitate our people from Socrates. Mr. Soumya Jain and Mr. Nitin Vemula. Please stay back.
The breakout sessions and the roadmap that what we have discussed and we have come very systematically into them.
Thank you very much. We're also thankful to Ms. Adrija, who couldn't be present with us here today. A very good evening once again. I welcome you all to the closing ceremony of IMC 2024 on behalf of the National Center for Coastal Research and the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry, C4ECRAF. First of all, I request our honored dignitaries to alight the dais. Our chief guest, Mr. Subhash Chandra, IFS, CEO of the National Authority, CAMPA, Dr. Tune Usha, Scientist G, NCCR, Dr. S.R. Marigaudar, Scientist E, NCCR, Dr. U.S. Panda, and Dr. Rupesh. Thank you very much. I'd now like to call upon Dr. S.R. Marigaudar, Scientist E, specialized in marine ecotoxicology and microplastic research at NCCR, to welcome the gathering.
Good evening and welcome you all for the closing session for this 2 days International Mangrove, Indian Mangrove Conclave, so IMC 2024. So first of all, I thank all the participants for taking active participation in this Mangrove Conclave for last 2 days. And it is not just that it is happening in a 2 days and you had lot of work and you all have put so much of time, effort in making your preparations to come over here. And the sessions as well as all the talks, whatever we had discussion over last 2 days, was having all were captivating and engaging. So at the outset, first of all, I welcome you all, and now I welcome the guest of honor, Mr. Subhash Chandra, National Authority from CAMPA, for agreeing to become chief guest for this closing ceremony, and wherein just now we all have heard about the overall summary of what all has happened over last two days. So it was very captivating and engaging, and we all have learned lessons, lot of lessons and learnings and many takeaways which will be helpful, and we have to keep working in this direction to make these roadmaps and action plans which we can implement. And some of those things, not necessarily all of these things will get into policy or roadmap or whatever it is. So we have to keep engaging ourselves and we have to continue our research. So at this point, I also welcome Dr. Rupesh Bhumia and Dr. U.S. Panda and Dr. Tune Usha for this closing ceremony. So once again, I welcome you all for this closing ceremony. Thank you all.
The conceptual roadmap is one of the biggest outcomes in progress from IMC 2024. I'd like to call upon Dr. Umashankar Panda, Scientist F and Head of the Ecosystem Services and Modeling Group at NCCR, to present the conceptual roadmap, a way forward towards a national mangrove initiative.
Thank you, Dr. Pune. I think we have already placed the roadmap, the conceptual roadmap. I must thank to Soumya from Socrates. He has very beautifully, very comprehensively compiled all the facts into the roadmap in terms of the approach, the discussions under three heads like policy, practice, and knowledge, three sectors. What are the components and how we can achieve our goals in terms of the pathways and the solutions. And after that, as per our discussions, last 2 days discussion, he has very perfectly compiled the conceptual roadmap and the timeline that we can achieve those roadmaps. So I will not repeat those things, even though I prepared to tell, because he has already made. But just I will summarize some of the things. Before that, we will see some of the snaps of the entire 2 days. Because of paucity of time, very few snaps. This is the group photo that we have taken. I think all people were there. We are missing our chief guest because of some urgent meeting. She left. And this is how we started with registrations. Then this is the inauguration session. This is again the inauguration sessions with lighting the lamps and address by our chief guest. Some of the eminent listeners were there. These are the parallel sessions, 4 parallel sessions we have distinctly on coastal biogeometry, biochemistry, climate change, coastal resilience, ecosystem sustainability, restoration and conservation. So we can see the active participation of all the people in different sessions. And I must acknowledge that the chairs and co-chairs has appreciated all the presentations, all the 16 presentations, oral presentations, because it has been filtered, it has been based upon many criteria, those have been filtered, and their presentation was very good. So different sessions, presentation by different oral students. Then these are the breakout sessions. So in each breakout session, there are 3 breakout sessions. In each breakout sessions, there are some subgroups like market. There are 4 divisions were there. They have discussed separately, and that outcomes were presented by Dr. Soumya. And these are how these interactions during breakout sessions. And these are the 4 parallel sessions there. In 4 parallel sessions, like first parallel session was climate change and coastal resilience. It was chaired by Dr. V. Raghavan and Dr. Anirban Guha. They have highlighted with 3 major points. One is to strengthen the ecosystem-based adaptations by enhancing the coastal resilience through ecosystem restoration, ensuring the adequate recovery period between cyclonic and other extreme events. Then implement targeted mangrove management plan. This is one of the important parameters by developing specific action plans based on the greenhouse gas emissions status of mangroves to optimize their role in climate change adaptations and mitigation. And the advanced carbon monitoring and research. This is very important in terms of this climate change and coastal resilience aspect. So these are the major outcomes or the suggestions from this parallel session. Then the second parallel session is coastal biogeochemistry. Dr. Punya Slok Bahaduri and Dr. Sahadev Sharma has chaired these sessions. They have clearly suggested about integrated traditional knowledge to be translated, and it has to be utilized for ecological knowledge and practices to promote the long-term sustainability in mangrove ecosystems. Then establish of local monitoring systems is one of the major suggestions from this group. They have it has to be implemented continuous local level monitoring of physical, meteorological and hydrological conditions to identify key drivers influencing mangrove dynamics. And enhance biogeochemical research, because there is a gap of biogeochemistry to this ecological studies. So they have emphasized that the biogeochemical studies means the advanced studies, isotope studies or whatever kind of studies has to be more implemented in this area. The third session deals with the ecosystem sustainability. It was chaired by Dr. Dharmendra Saha and Dr. Rani Varghese. They have also identified some gap areas and some suggestions. They have suggested to develop a centralized data portal. As we understood during idea exchange, it was one of the area where the data is not available, either not available or it is not been translated in terms of common man language. So data and information common centralized portal should be there, and there should be promotion of community-based monitoring through educations. Capacity building, awareness should be there for this kind of things. Then strengthen policy integration and regional monitoring is one of the major suggestions from this group. The third session is under the restoration and conservations. It is chaired by Dr. Krishna Rai and Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran. They have clearly suggested to adopt social science frameworks by incorporating robust social science methodologies to understand the stakeholders' perspective better, ensuring inclusive and community-driven mangrove conservation efforts. Also, they have suggested to enhance the post-restoration monitoring. As we discussed that there should be a democratic monitoring of restorations, not only by the implementer or by the monitoring direct agency, there should be third-party monitoring should be there, such that it can be better reported. And it was also suggested to promote public-private partnership and cultural integrations. Unless otherwise we take into confidence the local public, their interest, their cultural interest, their emotional interest, implementation of these restoration strategies are always a challenge. So these are the suggestions, recommendations from the parallel sessions, technical parallel sessions. Next. Then we have 16 poster presentations. Actually, all these poster presentations are eligible for the oral presentation because of the paucity of time, because it was only 2 days. We have structured the entire conclave like this: some expert presentation, some panel discussions, breakout sessions, and parallel sessions, means presentation by the students and young researchers. So you could not accommodate all these 16 presentations in oral presentation. That's what we kept all these things into the poster presentations. But they are equally talented people, and they have given a high quality research presentations here. So all the 16 presentations were there in the poster presentation. Next. This is how the interactions. So during, means it was, all the oral presentation was for few slots, but it was open for the entire 2 days. So there are a lot of interactions were there, and people has discussed. We were witness of this. So finally, I think roadmap already it is presented by Dr. Soumya, but just in nutshell, I can tell that the clearly 7 areas has been identified for this roadmap, starting from monitoring evaluations, where we can identify the right ecological indicators, the establishment of monitoring frameworks, and the impact evaluations. All these things are more or less established, but to implement this in a structured manner, we need to have a centralized body or a center which is out of the entire discussion of 2 days, what Dr. Soumya has presented, that a body, a centralized body should come out such that it can integrate all kind of research related to mangroves. And like it was suggested that like Bamboo Mission, if mangrove missions can be there, and it can be led by this center. So that is previous. So then scientific research and innovations, because these all are integrated, interrelated, scientific research and innovations, where we can come with enhanced scientific understanding, implementation of new technologies, leveraging technologies, like yesterday it was told by our chief guest during inaugurations, that drone technology and their implementations in a very new way, then application of machine learnings and deep learnings. Then there should be also capacity building, and there should be a translation of information from one generation to another generation should be there. And very importantly, the community engagement and livelihood. So this is an integral part of mangroves when we are talking, because there is a public who deals with this, who lives, and the livelihoods are depending. So this area also is one of the important part of recommendations. Then financing and resource mobilizations, then restoration and conservations, and policy and governance. These all has been very in detail discussed in previous presentations, so I'm not just repeating those things. So then future direction in collaboration, as in previous roadmap, it was clearly told that these 7 areas, how we can do, and these are the components of our future direction way forward from this conclave. So when we are talking of a center which can deal with this, that means like this kind of platform, we are clearly discussing about the current status of mangroves, policies, collaborations. So we found 2 things: some threats are there, some challenges are there, and some existing policies are there. But somewhere we have to integrate those things. We can establish a National Mangrove Center that may not be an independent body or a very new body, but we can start with under existing programs like maybe under MISTI, or there is a provisions under Deep Ocean Mission of establishing marine test bed under that also. Or we can also explore, and the forum means there will be open discussions. We invite the suggestions how we can go ahead with this. So there will be very clear responsibility of this mangrove center. It has to strengthen the restoration efforts. It has to promote community-based conservations, leveraging the technologies, and strengthening all the legislative frameworks, whatever existing, and how better we can strengthen it by taking inputs from open. Then we have to promote research and knowledge sharing, and secure a sustainable financing. So these are some of the important roadmap that we think for the next. So if we see 10 years down the line, how we can propose, how we can do, like we can make by 1 year or by 3 years, 3 phases. Like previously it is already discussed, just I am repeating that. Here we can launch an integrated mangrove body. Then we can develop the regional specific restoration guidelines and initiate pilot projects under this. Then we can conduct national level awareness campaigns, and we have to propagate all these informations to the coastal communities. Then next 3 years, 4 to 7 years, we can scale up the restoration projects. We can implement a unified monitoring system, which is also very much necessary for this kind of system, leveraging the new technologies, satellite data, drone-based studies, machine learnings. Then we can establish a regional hub for mangrove research and capacity building, because as we understand, instead of unified, if we take some inputs from the site-specific mangrove centers, and it can be integrated in the main center, and proper policy decisions can be taken there. So this is up next 4 to 7, 3 years. Then 8 to 10 years, another 2 years, we can expect a goal of 10%. In fact, for this we have to also find where the land is there. So 10% we can expect, but when we are thinking where is the availability of land, it may be very difficult to get. But with technology, with research and innovations, we can find where the areas, gray areas are there, which can be converted to this mangrove land. Because as per the government rules, whenever there is a mangrove loss, there should be a reforestation, and compensatory reforestation should be there. So we have to find these kind of niche areas where this restoration can be achieved. Then we can go for institutionalizations of community-based governance models for these conservations. Then integrate mangrove conservation goals into the national climate and biodiversity. Unless otherwise we do this, we cannot achieve the goals of either sustainable development goals or blue economy. So to achieve those things, we should have these things in mind, and we should bring these things in our roadmap such that we can have a better mangrove conservation. So this is all about. Thank you.
We believe that the conclave had a different meaning for each one of you. We invite feedback and comments based on your experience about IMC 2024. The stage is open for some comments from the audience.
India Mangrove Conclave 2024 a grand success? Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Louder. 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 Thank you very much. You can see everybody is telling that India Mangrove Conclave 2024 is a grand success. And I have seen hundreds of workshops in my lifetime. This is one among the best conclave ever seen in my lifetime. So excellently designed. Last week I had been to UAE to attend an international conference on mangroves. Even in that conference, this much of effort has not been taken. See, our national conclave is something wonderful. This conclave is thoughtful, purposeful, useful, profitable, beautiful, graceful, wonderful, ever rememberable. I must thank two heroes. We should remember two heroes. One is Panda and Rupesh. Please give a big hand to this beautiful heroes of mangroves of this country. Day in, day out they worked. You just look at their eyes, never slept. I think their wives must be very angry with you people. Convey my regards to them. They are responsible for your success. And the team of volunteers, remarkable volunteers, shown always smiling face like this, and dedicated workers. Look at Madam Usha, look at Marigold. All are dedicated people. Just give a big hand to all these people. Ever smiling face, fantastic. Even you see the photographer, always smiling at me, taking a very beautiful photographs. I requested him to give some good photographs with the permission of organizers so that I can show it to my wife and I can make her also happy. In life, 4 things are very happy. Appreciate others. If you appreciate others, dopamine is synthesized. Affectionate with others. What will happen if you are affectionate? Oxytocin hormone is synthesized. If you work with joy in mangroves, definitely endorphin is synthesized. If you help others, serotonin is synthesized. If 4 exercises you are doing, 4 hormones are synthesized, you will be always cheerful and happy. We have the competence. India, all our researchers, policy makers have got the competence and commitment. We can see better tomorrow. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your very kind words, sir, and thanks for being very enthusiastic along with us. Anybody else, please?
Yes. From a young researcher's perspectives, and from the researcher's perspective, I would say this conclave is an absolute success because it has right balance of the scientists, administrators, policymakers, and community people, which generally we don't see. So a lot of the influence we draw is definitely from the bottom up, which generally lacks in a conference. So this is the biggest success that I take. And Uma Shankar Panda's last slide is possibly rememberable because we are creating for our country for the very first time. So thank you, Dr. Panda, and thank you, Dr. Rupesh, for this wonderful work. Thank you so much for the conclave.
So from the practitioner's point of view, actually this is the right time to organize a conclave because we are under different projects, we are implementing mangrove restoration activities on a larger scale. And being a practitioner, we always, something is lacking for doing a the activities what we have envisaged, like the site-specific research protocols which needs to be developed for implementation of the activities. Once we implement and then we go for the scientific base, it is not a good sign to implement the activities. It is better you first get the scientific information on that, you upgrade your skills, and then go for the implementation. So this is the right platform, and thank you Rupesh sir for inviting us. And this was a wonderful conclave where all the young researchers are here, and the papers the research which they have done, it was wonderful to see all the work they have done. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for one more short feedback. Sure.
Thank you. Good evening. Coming here, I thought it will be only a research and scientist discourse, because I represent an NGO working in the grassroots in Bhitarkanika. But I found myself, I thought that I'll be the only person who has not read science but biology. But now I feel that the researchers also speak the language of common people. They are concerned, they talk about the community, and they also recognize that researchers are also in the community. The knowledge repository in the community, 70 years, 80 years, 100 years, that is recognized. From the senior most person to the young scientist, everybody talked in that language, and that is quite endearing, and we see a lot of action in the field in future, especially when it comes to mangrove. It is a very positive sign, and when we talk of climate change, disaster, the world will be drowned another 50 years, what will be the situation? But I see a lot of hopes, lot of positivity, and a lot of positive energy among the researchers, and it is people-centric. So it is not for the papers or for some universities or some recognitions or from prizes, but for the action by the people and participatory. Thank you everybody. Thank you NCCR and Rupesh GC for. Thank you.
I think we'll have another 2 short feedbacks from Sir and Dr. Nehru.
As a young practitioner in the area of mangrove conservation and restoration, I had an opportunity to meet a lot of young scientists and researchers. So just to give you a glimpse of what I learned here, was that when I went through those posters, I found one of them very useful when I went through all alone. And I said, okay, I got at least one very good learning from these posters. But then I started interacting with many of them whenever I found the opportunity. And I found each single poster there extremely useful learning for a practitioner. So it could happen because I was interacting with them and I could understand what they had written with their help, obviously. So this is the success of the India Mangrove Conclave, where it has not just brought so many people from different segments of work, but also gave a very clear opportunity for each one of them to interact in different forms. So as Dr. Kathiresan was saying, I fully endorse that the design was marvelous. Means I have also conducted many workshops, have participated in many workshops in last 33 years of my career, but this is one of the best ones. So thank you, Dr. Panda and Dr. Rupesh Bhumia for being so meticulous and designing it so well. Thank you.
All the TOC members, they came together, and there are multiple discussions to design this frame. So the credit goes to all the TOC members and all the LOC members. TOC means technically organizing committee members, and local organizing committee members from our office, NCCR, from C4, and from other organizations, they have contributed. So it is a team effort. So I acknowledge the team who has worked for this.
screenplayers and others, obviously they play an important role, and thank you for acknowledging TOC and many others, like volunteers like her, volunteers whom we can't see even now. So that's definitely there. But you two are Dharmendra and Amitabh Bachchan.
Thank you, Panda sir, for recognizing the TOC and LOC members as well. Started our research in 2009. In India, we did not had any platform. Our researchers, this generation is really fortunate to come and experience this, because when we went to our conferences, we were doing our PhD, we always felt we are not having similar kind of setups in our country, so we always have to struggle our way up later, whereas the current generation is quite fortunate to interact with almost all the mangrove experts in the country. So that is a very interesting thing and very important thing. And second is, since 2012, first time I attended the mangrove management conference, so MMMM. So there is an international body of conference, every 4 years it happens. I've been first time in 2012, so some time or later we do something like this. 21, pandemic was there, that time Rupesh, we came together and we organized a webinar, so in which we try to bring in all the experts from different fields, from forest managers, policymakers, researchers. So that was the first attempt. And then we had a lot of discussion about creating some personal meeting, and it was a huge effort from NCCR and Rupesh in particular to make sure this particular event happens. So big round of applause to Rupesh and NCCR. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
May I? Thank you. My name is Balaji. I work for US Forest Service. And I must tell you that as a disaster management expert, I walked into this hall yesterday as a novice, as somebody who doesn't know anything about the mangroves. And I'm very proud to say that I'm going back educated fairly well. Okay, so I think that's how I would like to summarize what has happened here last 2 days. Today I was sick. And Rupesh was consistently telling me, it's okay if you don't want to come, but I didn't want to miss, so I came and I sat here and I'm going to sit here till the end. And I felt that it is very useful. Now, having said the great things, what I also feel is, I always looked at things from a very management perspective in terms of what is required to get some things done. When we are building organizations, when we are studying business management, we were taught that form follows function. Whatever you are, we see it in nature from amoeba to Homo sapiens. The form changes as far as the function, what we need to perform. I think similarly here, I feel that the function which we need to undertake on the ground at the state level, the national level, is a little more complex than day-to-day affairs. And it requires an organization which can bring different elements, whether it is technical experts, scientists, operational people. So we need to start thinking in what is the right organization, at the ground level where we actually implement, at the state level where we coordinate, at a national level, where we write policies. I think once we start thinking of this organization, I think we'll have a form which will deliver the functions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I speak for the team IMC when I say we feel happiest to have received feedbacks from people from a diverse array of domains. It is with pleasure that I now introduce our chief guest for the day, Mr. Subhash Chandra IFS of the 1988 batch of the Indian Forest Service of AGMUT cadre, who now serves as the Chief Executive Officer of National Authority CAMPA, or Compensatory Afforestation Management and Planning Authority. CAMPA aims at promoting afforestation and regeneration activities as a way of compensating for forest land diverted to non-forest uses. Mr. Subhash IFS has served in the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change and as the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Mines, and has headed the Goa Forest Department. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Kindly say a few words.
Namaskar. My apologies for to you everyone for bearing me again in the same day. So, but kudos and congratulations to the organizers, NCCR, C4 ICRAF and US Forest Service. This has been a wonderful occasion, and I could gather the kind of knowledge, enthusiasm and participation from the heart by youngsters, those representing the Generation Z, and we are into the almost third generation. So this has been wonderful opportunity for everyone to share their expertise, their vision, their aspirations, and with the unity of goal of conservation, restoration of India's very unique and rich wealth of mangroves. And I am sure that these efforts will bear tremendous fruits, and we will be one of the leading countries in the world to show how we can do restorative ecology and successfully achieve what we think we can. In fact, the presentations made here, I would request the organizers to share it with the forest departments and the other agency who are working at the ground level, so that they can also put these ideas into practice. One more thing I would suggest to our young colleagues, that while you are visiting any coastal region looking for mangroves and working on its restoration or finding some ideas, please make a field note of that and share it with the concerned forest department, because that will help. Because if you see something right now, like how much is the extent of mangrove, what is the species biodiversity, how the vegetation looks like, what are the community's expectation, the participation, their memories, and this is baseline data. This will serve as a baseline data, and over the years when you go again, if you share this with the department, something will help them to look upon how they can improve their current working. And in the natural science, like as we foresters are working and you all are, there is no expert here. We all are learning every day. And nature is the biggest teacher. So try to make the thing simple, what you learn, try to translate into simple actionable points. And we are in the era when IT platforms are everywhere. We can use Twitters, we can use podcast, we can use so many things to share what we are doing. WhatsApp groups are very useful in this, what you observe, because we are observant, and the kind of working in the natural field, it makes our observation power, we get good observation power, and that makes use of our learning. We saw that something was there, and how we can relate to this place, and whether it can work here or not. So these are the ideas which you can share. And the knowledge must be, whatever you observe, whatever you learn, this should be shared with the masses. And somehow, because we think that common people don't understand the coastal communities, but they have their own expectation. They know how they can contribute to this cause. So this would be my request to all of you to use internet, try to reach out to the people. because science is something which everybody has a right to practice. And if we all are, our efforts are collectively, they can transform the thinking, transform the working of the society. And ultimately it is the people's role, people's participation which makes things happen. The government has a limited role of facilitating, of providing funds, of organizing something, but it is like somebody was talking about exit strategy or monitoring. Because if the people are there, we don't have to worry about how it is monitored, how it is implemented. If there are any gaps, people will say, oh, we can do this. And there is no straight line in the nature. It has to be curvature, some zigzag, something, somewhere you succeed, somewhere you fail. But ultimately the zeal to do something has to be nurtured throughout the journey. I think I have said something which will be useful to you. Thank you everyone for this wonderful and amazing experience here. I once again place on records the great work done by organizers Dr. Panda and Dr. Rupesh Bhumia and their very, very talented team. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Tune Usha, a remote sensing and GIS expert who played a lead role in designing bioshield plans for Tamil Nadu and was a member of the technical organizing committee of IMC to deliver the vote of thanks, after which there will be a group photo.
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Vanakkam and very good evening. Before I begin my formal vote of thanks, I should say that this has been one of the most interesting and interactive feedback sessions that we have had in this hall. And my takeaway from this IMC 2024, apart from all the technical stuff, is that the unabashed appreciation and enthusiasm of Dr. Kadiresan, which can easily make a person happy and elevate the mood of this room. And also I request Dr. Ravi to tell who is Dharmendra and Amitabh Bachchan so that we will know how to call Panda when we meet him tomorrow. So, but you should say who is who. Okay, so thank you very much, and on behalf of Director NCCR and CIFOR, I have the privilege of proposing the vote of thanks. As we all know, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues but the parent of all others, and hence I deem it my privilege to thank all institutions and individuals involved in the conduct of IMC 2024. Considering the paucity of time, I will keep it short yet loaded with a deep sense of gratitude. It is said that if you are successful, it is because somewhere, sometime, someone gave you a life or an idea that started you in the right direction. As we stand at the closure of this successful event, I wish to thank our mangrove experts, researchers, and social guardians whose work actually paved the way for this event. Over the past 2 days, this conclave has been the testament to the power of collaboration, bringing together over 300 participants from 205 institutes to advance the cause of mangrove conservation and management in our country. On behalf of the organizing institutions, NCCR and CIFOR ICRAF, I extend our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Subhash Chandra, CEO, National Campa, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, for gracing the closing ceremony despite his very busy schedule. We thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and encouragement. I thank our chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, and guest of honor, Dr. Ravichandran, all the esteemed experts and panelists who made the inaugural day very, very special. I thank Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary MOS, who wanted to join us in this event but could not do so because of his commitments in Delhi. I especially thank Dr. Balaji, Director NIOT, for extending all support and facilities for this conclave. I have to specially thank USFS and MOS for extending all financial support for this event, without which this event would not have been possible. In this time of online meetings, where online meetings are becoming the norm of the day, I profusely thank all experts who have traveled to Chennai to attend this event, especially Dr. Selvam, Dr. Sudhakar Reddy, Dr. Kadiresan, Dr. Divakaran, Dr. Mohammed, and your presence has been a huge impetus for this event. We have also had a galaxy of stellar performances from the Indian Forest Services, starting from Dr. Shanti Priya, Mr. Jagdish, Mr. Sendil Kumaran, Mr. Amin, Mr. Akil Tambi, Mr. Paul, and Mr. Malik, who have all raised the bar of this conclave. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our experts from the scientific and the research fraternity, Professor S.T. Balasubramaniam, Professor Jnanapalam, Professor Bijoy Nandan, for readily accepting to be part of this event and sharing your expertise in the panel discussion. I also thank Mr. Meet Sara and Dr. Varghese Paul, Dr. Ravi Pratap Singh, and Dr. Tamiloli, Ms. Anuja Shukla, who have added different dimensions to the discussions on mangroves. The idea exchange session was the icing on the cake, and I sincerely thank scientists and experts from various research organizations who offered their insights on planning the way forward for mangrove research in our country. My sincere thanks to the keynote speakers, session chairs, panelists, and presenters who have enriched this conclave with their experience. Special thanks to the chair and co-chair of the session for your leadership and support, and I am extremely grateful to Socrates Foundation for the excellent conduct of the breakout session, which was truly interesting and enriching. I would also like to take this opportunity to say special thanks to all the delegates and audience. Your presence and participation have made this event truly memorable and productive. We would like to express our gratitude to the media and journalist friends for the excellent coverage of this workshop, the hospitality team, finance team, housekeeping and security team for the smooth conduct of this event. All this would not have been possible without the support from my colleagues from NCCR and SAFOR, and I take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to my NCCR colleagues and officials from SAFOR. I must say that the guidance and support provided by our director, Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, has been indispensable. IMC 2024 would not have been possible if not for the efforts of Dr. Panda from NCCR and Dr. Rupesh Bhumia from SAFOR, who worked with our TOC members and also our dream team from NCCR to plan, coordinate, and execute this event. In the end, I want to quote Harari, who said, "The ecological crisis cannot be solved by individual choices in rich countries or by population control in poor countries. We need a global system that will prevent ecological collapse, that will require global cooperation and regulation. But such a system will not come from nowhere. It will have to be based on new visions of education, politics, and community, and on new understanding of our place in the world. I truly believe that this IMC 24 is a step in this right direction." Thank you once again, and I'm indeed grateful for all your support. Thank you.
Madam, I now request you all to please assemble in front of this hall for a group photo before we officially end this program. Thank you all for being here. Good night.